Very interesting discussion on food entrepreneurship and more. Before I speak more about it, let me just give a quick heads up on what are the other discussions lined up for the day. So today's day is completely a mixed bag wherein we'll be having discussion around food, travel, healthcare, and also the final discussion is about how to leverage your social communities. And the first session is going to start now, and today we'll be having sessions till 8 o'clock. And there's no delayed sessions. So without further delay, let me invite the first panel for the day. And this particular session is hosted by Avid Learning. The session is on social foodies, the new foodpreneurs. As you might know, there are a lot of new food startups coming up, different kind of dining experience. The food has now a altogether new definition in the world of digital and online space, and a lot of food bloggers are coming up. So today we have a very interesting and insightful session wherein we have three superb panelists, I would say. The first panelist for the day is Johan Tadubai, Kaboom founder. And the second panelist is Munaf Kapadia, CEO of the Bohri Kitchen. And the moderator for the session is Akshay Tandon, co-founder and CEO of Skarma. Without further delay, let me invite them to the stage.
Hands, from the audience. So how many of us are influenced by social media when we are making a decision about where we want to eat next or where we would like to go out next? Right? So, so once more, like another quick show of hands. Is social media changing our food habits? Yes. Yeah. But then we also have another counter question to that. Is the hype a lot larger than the actual pace in which the behavior is changing? I mean, we do have the Zomatos and the tiny owls who are sort of laying off hundreds of employees, growing faster than they think the behavior is changing. So these are the questions that we're going to sort of try and see if we can get some answers from Johan and Munaf out of. So let me start with these two guys over here. So we'll start with Munaf in terms of his entrepreneurial journey, and we'll quickly get into how social media has sort of helped bolster that. So Munaf, like in the brief discussion that we had earlier, you basically hinted at how you struck a social formula. So tell us how you got started, like tell us the background of the Bohri Kitchen, how it came about, and what was this social formula that you struck? And when did you realize that you have struck this social formula?
Testing, hello. Can everyone hear me? Guys. So hey, I'm Munaf Kapadia. She said CEO, but I like to call myself the Chief Eating Officer of the Bohri Kitchen. What is TBK? So TBK started around 10 months back, where I was looking for a hobby to keep my mother busy on weekends. It's something she could do. So as an experiment, we quickly sent out an email to 50 friends and we said that, hey, I'm going to charge you to eat my mother's awesome Bohri food. This is the menu. Will you come and will you pay for it? And surprisingly, it worked. Since then, we've been very lucky. Since then, the newspaper, various newspapers have picked us up, televisions picked us up, radios picked us up, and TBK is wherever it is today, and it's fairly popular online. The reason I'm here today and I've been invited here today is TBK is a Facebook startup in every sense. Its virality, its business model, everything revolves around what happens on my Facebook page. And you're talking about the social formula. The social formula which I think TBK has managed to strike is today the business TBK generates organically via social media. So it's not an advertisement that comes in the paper or mention on any promoted medium. Instead, it's a Facebook comment that someone who's attended a TBK session would put up online, and that generates business for me. And I think that's the formula which I'm pretty proud of with the Bohri Kitchen, because obviously it has a lot of ROI.
I'm going to dwell on that a little more. So the first thing you did was you sent an email to 50 people, right? So how did that translate from 50 people on email to eventually getting on Facebook? Like, what was that process, and how did that, did that happen as a obvious next step, or was that something that was premeditated and a strategic decision
Right.
that influenced your business model?
80% of what worked with the Bori kitchen was a fluke. It was completely by chance. So for example, the 50 emails I sent that because that's the only option I had. How do you send a menu to 50 people? You send it by email. So I sent it to 45 friends and 5 random people I somehow got emails of. And I think one mistake I made is 7 of them were vegetarian. So they got pretty offended by the menu I sent. But someone out there, one of those 50 guys who didn't think I was spamming them, decided, hey, this is really awesome. Okay, this is very, very interesting. Let me forward it to someone else. And a couple of forwards went out to people I haven't spoken to before. And one of those forwards calls me and tells me, hey, the Bori kitchen is at a restaurant. And I'm like, no, I'm inviting people home to eat the food. And she's like, oh my God, that's even cooler. Are you sure you're okay doing that? I'm like, yeah, are you okay paying me money for that food? So she's like, yeah, definitely. And she came with 6 people. And that's the first TBK, and that's how it sold out. And then it just took off from there. Their reaction and their, like for the first time in 26 years, my mother got acknowledged for her food. Okay, she has 4 kids, not one of us has ever said thank you, okay, for the food she makes. The first 6 customers who come in hug her. And this is after paying me, for the food. So it's a beautiful, it's very interesting. And then one night, randomly, so after a few weeks of doing this, one night just before sleeping, it hit me, hey, listen, let me just put something up on Facebook. And I think I actually did it via my mobile phone. It was that like random. And I must have put it up at 1 a.m. Till 6 a.m. my phone was beeping, beep, 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 beep. I was ignoring it. I wake up at 6, really irritated, and I just check my phone. And TBK had 150 likes overnight. And that is a symptom of virality. That's a symptom of curiosity in the market. And then I tapped that and I took it to its next logical step.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, I think, so that's definitely an example of how a business model has emerged purely as a consequence of social media being a very integrated part of our lives, of technology being present in our pockets. Like the fact that Munav started his Facebook page from his cell phone is pretty sort of representative.
Don't quote me on that because I'm not sure if it's possible. Okay, so
no, I think it is.
I think I did, yeah.
No, I run a digital agency, so yeah, I can speak with confidence. Okay, so Johan, started with secrets. We started with some secret suppers, then off to Kaboom, and so, tell us about your entrepreneurial journey, and then we'll get into how social media has sort of played a role in that.
Sure. So about 3 years ago, I quit my corporate and decided to become an entrepreneur, and I said to myself, I've always worked at media, and I said, look, I want to actually go into a slightly more stable business, which was food. And unknowingly, I think I stumbled into the food industry at the time when technology was absolutely disrupting the food business, the same way technology has disrupted the media business. I think unknowingly and unwittingly, I kind of jumped from the frying pan into the fire. We have, in terms of the business itself, our first brand is a brand called Sucre de Terre. We make artisanal ice creams. And again, it was a business that was started because of the viral nature of food these days. There are these underground pop-up dinners called secret suppers, and we had done an ice cream sandwich as part of that. And there was somebody over there who said, "Oh, can you make us some ice creams?" And we said, "Sure." So we made like 40 ice creams for them, and then there was somebody at that dinner who said, "Oh, this is amazing! Can you make ice creams for us?" And we said, "Sure." And then we made some ice creams from them, and then people started Instagramming and posting pictures of these ice creams on Facebook, and before you knew it, we were doing multiple orders a week, and so we decided to kind of brand that, and we've got an ice cream business out of it. Incidentally, we use social media and the idea that a great shot of ice cream is actually all you need to sell an ice cream really well. We use that a lot when we launch new flavors and stuff. So I think from that point of view, online and offline and integration of online-offline virality has given birth to our first brand, which is Sucre de Terre. The second brand that we started is Kaboom. And the idea of Kaboom is, the idea is to kind of be India's equivalent of Chipotle. And by that, I don't mean burritos. By that, what I mean is really good quality food accessible at great prices. So when we started that, we thought of that primarily as an offline business. You know, you think of like units and units and stores and restaurants where people can come. But actually, the more time we spend in it, the more we realize that this distinction between online and offline doesn't exist. So we use digital and particularly social media in really interesting ways across the business. We use it we use it to upload our menus as well. We have a menu that changes every day. And instead of actually doing menus for the week as newspaper inserts and things like that, what a lot of people do, what we do is at 11 o'clock, when people get hungry, we upload our menu for the day on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. So that's how our customers find out what's on our menu for what's at Kaboom for the day, and they decide where to come in or not. But we also use it in other interesting ways which have nothing to do with marketing. We use it for recruiting. So of course, we get a lot of our chefs and sort of management teams from platforms like LinkedIn or other, people find out about us through our various posts. And so social has become a key form of recruiting and operations. We use it a lot for procurement. We are on sort of groups with great organic farmers. So often in the morning we'll get a photo of some great vegetable that a farmer or fruits that a farmer is bringing in fresh that morning, and they say, oh, we're bringing this into Bombay, does anybody want it? And then whoever kind of tweets or whoever replies gets first dibs on that. So we use it as procurement, and so it sort of begins to impact the business in many ways. What's interesting is I think with our brands, almost quite different to Munaf's, they were brands which and businesses that you would traditionally think of as offline businesses, and we had no intention of actually doing something that was digital first or mobile first. But what we found is having the businesses be technology enabled and more specifically socially enabled makes our businesses much more powerful and allows us to offer our customers something which is much more interesting.
Munaf, so would you say that you get, say, the majority of your business coming in as a consequence of social media?
I get all my business as a consequence of social stuff. Okay, I don't have a good enough quote for that. What I mean by that is out of the 15 guests I have every Saturday and Sunday, maybe 2 to 3 are word of mouth. So some sort of social phenomenon like that. The balance of Facebook.
Again, Johan, what percentage of your sort of audience do you think you are attracting from a purely digital format, and how much of that compares to your offline format?
I think for us it's hard to quantify, but I would say social is a huge driver for all of our food because a lot of it is impulsive. So just last night we had an example where somebody, where we posted a picture of our chocolate ice cream being churned, and we got a call saying, "Oh, do you have any chocolate ice cream available? Because I really want to eat that." So it's hard to quantify, but anecdotally, I would say a lot of it is in some form touched by social.
So we have two very contrasting sort of business models. In what Munaf has and what you have. And you had sort of mentioned something earlier about how if social media didn't exist, how different would the landscape of food entrepreneurship be, and would your business still very much be completely viable, but would your business would not exist at all? So how is social media driving the landscape of food entrepreneurship by breaking down barriers to entry? And what does that mean for the future of food entrepreneurship and brick and mortar businesses?
Go for it.
All right, so great question. Very frankly, if Facebook didn't exist, if WhatsApp did not exist, if, I mean, forget emails, okay, but Facebook, WhatsApp, just these two very specific tools did not exist, TBK wouldn't really exist, all right? TBK being the Bori kitchen. The Bori kitchen, by definition, is a very scrappy venture where there's been barely any investment. And it's done out of passion. Hence, all my marketing has to be that cost effective. It can't be expensive. I can't invest money in getting people to come to my house and eat food. Hence, I needed a medium which was free, and that's Facebook, and that's Twitter, and that's Instagram, and that's WhatsApp, and email. In terms of the trend, so I'm currently very much plugged into the entire home chef trend. Now, I'm not sure if any of you all have noticed this, but there's an explosion in home chefs lately. Okay, with Hola Chef coming in and various other startups, there's so many talented, fantastic women and men, okay, sitting in Indian households who are like, hey, wait a second, I can make 30,000-40,000 rupees a month doing something which I love doing. And it's not disrespectful. It's not like, you know, I'm turning into some sort of cook or caterer or anything like that. This is just a fun hobby thing. I will continue doing what I'm doing in life, but I can do this on the side and I can make decent money. And that's bloody exciting. And I feel the reason that's happening is largely due to social media. It's largely due to a Bowie bride putting up a post about the food she's making and how successful she is, and various other chefs like that. So that's my take on it.
Yeah,
Yeah, Johan?
and I mean, actually, I think that's a great question, because, you know, often we talk about the power of social media specifically for marketing. So for, you know, the ability of a brand owner to tell great stories around their brand, the ability of brand owners to actually communicate offers, or you know, like in our case, put menus up. But I think the one thing which is probably, which I'm beginning to feel more and more, is what social media is doing is it's completely transforming the way businesses are built and run. So even, you know, and it's impacting on every way. So so I think one of the most interesting examples is the Bombay food truck. So when we started 3 years ago, we wanted to start with the food truck. So we went out and we realized it was virtually impossible to get the licenses to do that. And we felt that people, you know, would be interested in this, but, you know, it's very hard to have that conversation with the BMC official. What the Bombay food truck that started or that sort of, you know, started going viral a couple of months ago have done is they are basically using interest on their social media pages to crowdsource interest for food truck and use that as a way to get the BMC to license their food truck. I mean, that's amazing. Social media is beginning to impact licensing and regulation. I mean, like, how extreme is that? And it's impacting in every way. It's impacting funding. Flyover Farm, an urban farm on Mohammad Ali Road, got their funding from Kickstarter, which is a crowdfunding platform in the US. So, you know, like I said, it's impacting businesses, impacting various forms of operations. If you use technology smartly, we are working with a startup, a really cool cloud-based startup in the US called Tembu, and we are working with them to try to find ways to, you know, give us real-time information on the availability of our equipment, our fridges, things like that, which have massive cost to us, and that would be available via an intranet to all of our various employees. So that's another sort of closed social media phenomenon. But, you know, if one were to start thinking of how digital and social more specifically can transform your entire business, that's really amazing. And then the other thing that I think social does is it basically rewards two things. One is because it lowers the barrier of entry. It allows people with great ideas like Munaf, like the Bowie bride, to actually, you know, try things out for low cost. And the other thing it does is it rewards people who are agile, which by definition are the entrepreneurs, as opposed to the large corporations, because you can react more. So I think what it does is it transforms entrepreneurship as a whole which makes it great for consumers and customers. So.
No, that's very interesting. I mean, like, especially the Bombay truck example of actually getting licensing, like laws enabled as a process of getting social media, conviction behind you. So like for Munaf, social media has been pretty much a bloodline. For you, it has not been as much as a bloodline as a tool.
Yeah.
You had mentioned that you had used an influencer strategy to help launch some new flavors of ice creams.
Yeah.
One, was that successful? Two, how do you measure whether it was successful or not?
Yeah.
Is it, like, are you tracking things based on engagement? Are you, or is engagement irrelevant, and are you only basing it on like how many times the phone rings?
Yeah.
So tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, so what we did is we had collaborated with a local fromagerie called the Spotted Cow. So they make local camembert cheeses, and we had done a camembert ice cream using the Spotted Cow fromagerie's camembert cheese. And because it's such a, because it was such an interesting flavor, we thought the launch of that flavor also had to be slightly, it had to be differentiated somehow. So what we did is we sent samples of this to various influencers with a little note saying what it was about. And the only call to action that we had over there was the hashtag. That was the only call to action. And, there was probably not as much social media activity as we had imagined, but the phones were ringing non-stop. I think it helped people understand the sort of creativity that we could do, the sort of collaborations we could do. So we started getting a lot of offline requests and a lot of offline interest. So we again gone in thinking we would probably measure it by the number of posts that went up. But there was clearly a huge impact. So I mean, I think there's a lot of creativity that one can sort of put into this these days.
So, say because there's a positive reaction as a consequence of the influencers talking about what you're doing. Now, like, what happens when there is like a negative reaction to something that you've put out, So Munaf, I want to actually throw that to you because I know you have pretty strong opinions on whether you should react to what social media is doing, or you should kind of just have your own active strategy and not really react to everything that's going on, So,
Okay, so
how do you play that? Yeah.
So really cool. Negative feedback on Facebook or any social media channel.
Can everyone hear him?
Testing, hello. Oh. Okay, negative feedback on any social media channel is insanely bad for you. Right? For example, I have this rating. So TBK being a home dining concept doesn't qualify for Zomato. Okay, hence Facebook has turned into my Zomato. Okay, and it's worked out well for us. So I have a rating on Facebook as well. I'm not going to say it because it's really nice and I don't want to sound like I'm bragging. But I got one really bad review yesterday. Okay, 1 out of 5. That brought down my entire average of the rating, and that rating is something that comes on Google search results when you search for the Bori Kitchen. Okay, that one review. I went out of my way to find a mutual friend I have with that person because you can check that on Facebook. I called that friend up, I got this girl's number and I spoke to her saying, hey, what's up, can I help you? And that's not worked yet, but hopefully it will translate into the rating getting fixed. And similarly, you need to do this at scale. So any comments you get, any feed you get, etc., you need to react to it. But what he's referring to is something else which I'm really passionate about, which is you shouldn't proactively push your brand via monetary means on social media. That's a personal opinion I have because of my learnings from the Bori Kitchen. For example, if you're going to create something on Facebook, do not spend money promoting the post initially. Instead, build an organic following. Get likes. Get your first 10,000 likes because people genuinely want to like you. Okay, get them out of reviews, get them out of organic footfall, do those things, and then use Facebook's advertising features to target those guys and their friends. So don't randomly target people in Israel and Pakistan and this and that whose IP is being triggered as Bombay. Instead, or people who just liked your photo, say they liked you, but they're never going to fall in your target group. Instead, it's beautiful what Facebook allows you to do. target the 10,000 who genuinely like you, and guess what, their friends who've probably been seeing, the activity around this person's timeline. That's incredibly powerful. I spend 700 rupees a week promoting an event worth 15,000 rupees. Okay, and that's how I get my customers. Why? Because I boost the post to friends of friends of people who've liked the Bori Kitchen.
Yeah, I think that a lot of us here would think that it's a double-edged sword, because Facebook algorithms now have reached a point where organic reach is about 0.6%. So definitely if you have a small food business and you're going for a niche audience that's going to come to your home and do that, I think that's a great strategy, and I think that's definitely how we should approach any of those businesses. Now, say like one more follow-up on that, is that like right now we're seeing a lot of customer abuse of the fact that they can reach any of the founders or the owners or the brand heads of particularly food businesses. By leaving a bad review, it automatically kind of guarantees that someone's going to follow up and be like, why did you not like our food? Can I give you a free meal so you come back and change your opinion? So like how do you counter that? Or do you counter that? Or like is that something, or is that the cost of just being on social media?
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, I'm not going to lie, and it is a double-edged sword, and it's something we've struggled with. We took a very, there are these, we have had situations where sometimes one or two bad incidences have just kind of been really blown out of proportion on social media. But I think, and when you're going through one of those situations, it is quite difficult. But I think just kind of taking a slightly more of a helicopter view, I think it's important to sort of not let one or two rotten apples ruin the barrel. Because I think more generally, what's amazing is that social media gives you a platform to actually have a conversation with your customer. So, there are times when we have made mistakes and they have been genuine. And if it's brought up via social media, what it allows us to do is actually respond straight away and nip problems in the bud. And that is something which I think our team at Kaboom has done really, really well. So they've been able to nip problems in the bud because we are able to have a conversation with our customers. So that is a really powerful aspect of social media. But yes, what it does give rise to is the flip side of the coin, which is some people that abuse it, and that is something you have to deal with.
Yeah, Ali, that brings out a very important aspect, I think, of a very powerful trend that's starting to sweep, say, social media strategies overall. Something that we are advising at Skarma to all of our clients is, let's start using social media only for customer service. And not to post, say, 20 posts a week, and things like that. So social CRM as a function, I think, is probably one of the most useful tools of social media that is arising, because posting something 4 times a day is not necessarily getting you anything, and so we've been using Facebook and Twitter for a lot of our clients only as customer service, so I think that's an important point, definitely. Do we have any bloggers here in the audience? Okay, so just a few. Okay, so you guys are safe when I ask this question,
I think there's a live stream as well.
So experiences with food bloggers, to what extent are they shaping the food industry? Like, to what extent are they shaping the way for food entrepreneurs? Are all of them relevant? Like, how do you sort of weed out the ones that are not necessarily adding value to your business? How do you identify that? And as a follow-up to that is, like, how relevant is a Zomato, Like, and I think, like, we have two contrasts here, because Munaf is not on Zomato, and he still has a pretty sort of sharp following. And you are on Zomato, and how does that impact you, So let's start with the food bloggers first. And what do you do with them? How do you do it with them? Why do you do it?
So actually, I mean, you're right in saying I think food blogging is one of the most it's really shaken things up, and I think to a large extent we're also trying to understand it because I don't think we interact and engage with the bloggers very well. And again, it's really hard to define, right? Because you've got a lot of people that may not necessarily consider themselves as food bloggers, but their Instagram accounts are actually larger and have more engagement than many of the food bloggers. So who is a food blogger, and actually, how does one engage? And I, for one, feel weird inviting people, like picking up the phone and calling you and saying, oh, since I know like you have 5,000 people on your account, do you want to come to Kaboom for lunch? That feels really weird, right? But I think what's interesting about this, and what I get most excited about, is what suddenly happened is there are multiple voices. And I think what these multiple voices are doing is they are helping create a customer base that is a lot more aware, that is a lot more astute, that is a lot more informed, and therefore this whole myth of the fact that, oh, Indians' palates are very unexperimental, they only want Chinese or Indian or Conti, like that whole myth has completely been busted, because what you're realizing is that actually there is genuine interest in various kinds of cuisines and various kinds of plating styles and various kinds of approaches to food. We've got like 4 or 5 bao restaurants that have popped up in the last 3 months. I mean, who would have imagined? So I think we're still trying to figure it out ourselves, and we are still trying to understand the food bloggerati world ourselves. But I think it's really interesting, because what it's doing is it's giving more voices to more people. I mean, every third resume, incidentally, is somebody who's a food blogger as well that we look at. So it's quite interesting to see how prevalent this is. And I think, I don't know how, but I'm sure it's going to actually very positively impact our food scene.
So my take on food blogging. When we started TBK, which was again just 10 months back, and even today, I don't consider myself a member of the food industry, not at all. Which is why I love it when I get invited to these things as a food entrepreneur. I'm just the guy who made the Facebook page. My mom does the cooking, and that's about it. And luckily, it's taken off. So when these bloggers started coming in, I had no idea how you're supposed to treat them, right? I'll just say, hey, welcome, and I'll still charge you money for the food you're going to eat. And that worked, okay? Because it's honestly the only reason TBK exists today is because of food bloggers. It's because of journalists. It's because of people who have it in their power to get the word out. What you have in your power is that word. It's what are you going to expose these people to? Okay, don't put too much salt in your food that day. Like, try your best, In my case, they met my mom. Because once you meet my mom, you can't write anything bad about the Bori kitchen. Okay, so in my, I think it's awesome. Like, recently only I attended a food bloggers FBAI award ceremony. Okay, it's fantastic. These guys are entrepreneurs, yeah. Just like now you have home chefs, you have food blogger entrepreneurs. Okay, these guys are shaping their careers around their passion for food. I met this beautiful girl who's a alcohol critic. And that's going to be the career she's aspiring for. And beyond the fact that that's just awesome in so many other ways. But it's beautiful, right? People are actually finding their passions and doing these things. And anything that's like that has to be awesome.
I'm changing my LinkedIn profile, by the way. Now I'm an alcohol blogger.
All right, so I think we have like a little bit of time left to kind of understand what are your future plans, and where TBK and Kaboom are headed. So Johan, let's start with you. In some of our conversations and earlier, you also mentioned that you want to be the Chipotle of India. You're using terms which are now becoming globally more and more, aspirational. Which is farm to fork. You have plans of launching a series of electric scooters for deliveries.
Yeah.
So how is like organic farm.
Yeah.
Yeah, so how close is an organic farm, say, which is serving food to us on an electric scooter, which is being charged by solar panels? So, and what is your role to play in all of that? Yeah.
Served in 100% ink-free biodegradable bowls. So, we dream big and we act small. That's the way we've always done. We've got a couple of units, a couple of new Kaboom units, which are hopefully in the pipeline. We've got delivery, which we've begun piloting this week, actually, a week ahead of schedule. So, I think the teams have done a great job in that. So, we've, and there are, so definitely multiple Kaboom units. And I think it's really important to, as you grow, stay true to the things that you believe in. So, farm to fork is something that we really believe in. We believe the quality of the produce is the single most important factor to that determines the quality of the ultimate food. So we are sourcing directly from farmers. We are improving our network. We are actually going to start. We've been working on some great ideas that will help create a platform for the farmers to then sell the produce straight on to the consumers. Using the Kaboom as a platform. Sustainable design is something that's really important to us. So that's always going to be there. And I think, what's cool about delivery and what's cool about when you start thinking about delivery is to see how much you can use social to impact that. So one of the ideas when we roll out delivery full time is, like I said, we upload our Kaboom menus on social media. We're working on a program to see if you can actually reply to that post as a way of placing your order, and then you'll get the Kaboom scooter, the electric scooter, to come deliver this to you. So yeah, so we've got a few more units in the pipeline, and that's what's going to keep us busy for the next 6 months.
Yeah, that sounds great. I mean, I'm really looking forward to having my food delivered from an organic farm on an electric scooter.
On the electric scooter.
On the electric scooter.
In biodegradable plates, of course. Munaf, you have a very interesting idea in terms of developing your business model as a cloud business. So how does how do you launch a kitchen in the cloud? And how does that become a national business? Yeah.
So I read this somewhere, it sounds really cool. It's called restaurant in a cloud. It basically means, it kind of gives it away, but you don't own a physical restaurant. You don't pay those rents, you don't pay those bribes, you don't deal with that licensing and whatnot. You don't deal with staff issues, you don't deal with overheads, you don't deal with inventory. But still, people think you own a restaurant, and people think you run a restaurant. So I am the founder and owner of the Bori Kitchen restaurant, and one day, hopefully, you'll believe that. And one day, hopefully, you'll go on one of these food delivery apps, or you'll come on my website, or you'll come on whatever other channel there is, and you'll have access to fantastic, authentic Bori food. But when you think about my brand, when you think about its equity, when you think about its credibility, you will visualize a physical restaurant, because that's how powerful the brand needs to be. Okay, if I need to buy a bus hoarding for that, if I need to put a billboard up somewhere, I'll do that with investor money, hopefully. But that's what I mean by restaurant in a cloud. It's generating revenue from non-asset heavy, infrastructure, and that's what I hope to achieve with the Bori Kitchen. I hope to basically become a billionaire one samosa at a time.
Yeah, don't we all? Yeah, so that definitely sounds really exciting. And Johan basically briefly touched how social media has proven that the Indian palate can be sophisticated, it can be knowledgeable, it can have its own voice and doesn't necessarily have to be extra salty, spicy, masaledar, cuisines only. And, so I do think that there is a sense of community that is being developed as a consequence of social foodies or food bloggers, food entrepreneurs, and the idea that social media has broken down the barriers to entry for food entrepreneurs to launch their businesses is only going to become more and more relevant as this community of foodies and social foodies extends to tier 2 and tier 3 cities as well, you know, which it's obviously a little slower than what it is right now. So on that note, I think, you know, we have just about like 2 minutes each to talk about what is the Kaboom community and what is the Bori Kitchen community and how are you part of the same community, and whether you agree to that statement or not. And then we'll open up for questions.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's really interesting because, you know, Munaf and I have known each other for a while, and a lot of the other food entrepreneurs, we've all known each other for a while, and we all sort of tend to, I mean, I generally think it's been a very positive relationship that everyone shares. And I think what's happening is you're getting more and more people that are getting into this business, not because this is what they were trained to do, but because this is what they love doing. And I think that's been one of the most rewarding things for me personally over the last 2 years. And I think what that then does is that creates ecosystems that we're all part of, where we can share, you know, supplier networks, farmer networks, you know, people who are like, so we're really passionate about sustainable design. So, you know, and I know that there are a couple of other food entrepreneurs who don't want to use styrofoam boxes, you know, who don't want to, you know, who would like to use alternative energy sources. So, you know, sharing best practices. I think in many ways there's a really exciting ecosystem that's building, and I think it's really fun to be part of it. And of course, you know, these communities are omni-channel. They transcend, you know, Facebook pages and WhatsApp groups and, you know, LinkedIn groups. You know, these are sort of omni-channel communities, and I think that's what makes it most exciting.
Like something really interesting that Johan was telling us earlier, I think is worth noting, is that they have a WhatsApp group with all the organic farmers in the Maharashtra region, and every single time there's a new produce, they just send them photographs of the new farm fresh baskets that are available, and a bunch of these guys kind of like order that. And I think that's a sure sign of how a community is kind of being developed.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah, Manaf?
It's called Mumbai Sullins. You guys should check it out. It's really cool.
What is it called again?
Mumbai Sullins, Sullins, Sullins.
With TBK, see, TBK is technically my mom's a home chef, which means it gave us an opportunity to be part of this massive underground home chef community. Okay, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a political party one day around home chefs. You know, it's that big. These are bakers. These are people who make ice cream at home. You know, these are people who just make really good Gujarati food, and the 100 other cuisines that exist in this country, and they just make really good food. And they're figuring out, hey, how can I actually make a career out of this? And there are various groups online. There's one such group which I'm going to plug in and say, it's called Home Chef Revolution, okay, where there's some 300, 400 home chefs and various other stakeholders of the home chef space who talk about what? They talk about, hey, I need to buy this plastic dabba. Okay, can someone come with me to Crawford Market today and give me company while I buy it? You know, that's the kind of community stuff that's happening. Hey, I need to buy 1 kilo of meat today. You know, who's the closest supplier and other who will give it to me at the best rate? And then they complain. They complain about logistic providers. Okay, they complain about various marketing partners, and it just goes on. And it's beautiful and it's thriving. And few of these community members turn into rock stars. Okay, few of them get an opportunity to get limelight, and then they turn into inspiration for others. And that's how this ecosystem feeds itself. Okay, and being part of TBK, I've been lucky enough to witness this. And I mean, it's so cool. It's like you're seeing little startups, you know, bubbling and getting developed. And I would invest in them if I had money, but I don't. So it's that cool. And that's one side of the community. The other side I would like to quickly pitch in with is the customer side. Okay, these are the people who are coming and eating your food. Okay, and with the kind of, you know, cool concepts that we are lucky enough to own and run, the kind of customers who come are also really cool. Okay, mind my incredibly vague language, but I mean, these guys actually become evangelists. You know, these guys actually go around talking about you. These guys actually turn out to be CEOs of companies and send like the entire team, to a TBK one day. It's that kind of motivates you, and that kind of tells you, hey, even if the money isn't that good, even if it's incredibly difficult sometimes, but you randomly get that call and that guy's like, dude, I just heard you're starting RAN delivery. Wow, I want to. What do I need to do? And that's for me, that's the community.
So on that note, I think we can all agree that what social media is definitely enabling is that communities form around passions, and pretty much everyone's passionate about food. It's very rare to find people that are not passionate about food. So it's definitely a great community, and it's great to have guys like Johan and Munaf sort of leading the charge on bringing that community together. And on that note, I'd really like to give them a sort of big round of applause for having shared their story with us. And I think we can open up some questions. Okay. Yeah, we have time for one question.
This question is for Munaf. You might be facing sometimes capacity constraint, and that means there are more customers than what you can do. How do you deal with the customer dissonance?
Okay, so first, just to add a little bit of humor. So I've tried to set a quality cap of 14 people who can comfortably come into my house. So if I'm taking the order, I will be like, I'm really sorry, we can't take you. But if my mom or my colleagues are taking the order, they just let more and more people come in. Okay, and it works out. Yeah. Like the beauty of TBK is it's not a comfortable experience. Okay, it's not. You'll come into my house and it's hot. We don't have air conditioners. We have these fake Dell coolers, okay, that barely work. But you'll like it and you'll pay for it and you'll enjoy it because there's a lot of sincerity in the product in general. Coming to customer dissonance, the way I deal with it is, and there is a lot sometimes. Like for example, once I had a guest who had booked for his mother. Okay, and we didn't realize that, right? We don't have some fancy CRM system to tell us things like this. But I don't have a lift, and my house is on the second floor. So she couldn't come because of that. She came all the way there, and then she saw, oh my God, there are 2 flights of stairs, and she can't come. That's customer dissonance at like a completely different level. How did I deal with it? I just apologize. And I obviously give you your money back, and I obviously do whatever I can do. But I still haven't figured it out yet.
Thank you. A small question for Johan. Sure. How do you quality control, make sure that it's really organic? Because a lot of fraud goes in organic.
That's a great question. So we have certain groups like this, which so right now there are 2 things. One is it's heavily dependent on trust. So and often what happens in groups like this is you have people that go and do a check and just make sure that everything you're doing is organic. We don't claim that all of the food at Kaboom is organic. We claim it's farm to fork, so it's sourced directly from the farms. And before we get a farm on board as an official supplier, we go and we visit the farms ourselves, and so that we make sure that everything's philosophically in tune with what we're doing. But it is really hard to, and I'm not even sure, this is slightly kind of I guess this is slightly contrarian, but I don't even think it's important to be chasing organic, because when you're chasing organic, you're chasing a certification. You're chasing a chappa. Actually, there are lots of farmers that are doing really interesting stuff with the right intentions and the right philosophies and the right methods, but don't for various reasons have that chappa. And I think it's as important to support them and to provide a marketplace for them as it is to provide a marketplace for somebody who has the funds and the wherewithal to get that organic chappa. But it is a huge challenge. Right.
I'm being told we have time for one more question. I think we should give them both a chance.
We can do 2.
Hi, Mehul here. It's for Johan. Speaking of organic farming, are you planning to tap into hydroponics and aquaponics in the future? Because The movement's already begun in the States and European sites, and I don't see like a big push, especially in India.
Yeah, that's a great question. Actually, hydroponics and aquaponics is something we've been talking about for about a year and a half now. It is something that we really want to do. So something that we really want to do is actually convert each Kaboom restaurant into something that is more of a community table and urban farm as well. And we've already got, we've already got some designs of people to help us kind of grow a lot of, our garnishes and things like that. And that would be using, the hydroponics and aquaponics methods. So yeah, I mean, this is something that we really want to do. I think it's great that you have these options available because suddenly, you can create produce that you're more in control of. And then it's really nice that you can do that and balance it off with farms that are growing produce naturally, in using traditional techniques and traditional methods. So I think it's really nice that you can actually blend the two, and different horses for different courses. And it is something that we are really interested in doing, and I think we just need to sort of dot the I's and cross the T's on that. Yeah.
Like, I also think that in 2016, you're probably going to see the first flurry of restaurants in India that are producing a lot of their own things. Like, I've spoken to a lot of restaurant owners and things that are planning on doing that.
Yeah.
All right, that's all we have time for today. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed that as much as we did.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Akshay. Thank you, Avid Learning, for an interesting session. I understand there are a lot of questions and and we are very short of time. So please tweet your questions to Avid Learning. It's at Avid Learning, and please use the hashtag #SMW Mumbai. So without further delay, I'm moving on to the next session. With the age of digital videos coming up in various formats, how brand storytelling is evolving. So to discuss more about this, we have another panel on board. This particular session is hosted by Culture Machine, and the session is Digital Video, Redefining Long-Form Content and Brand Stories. This particular session's panelists are Karthik Nagarajan, National Director, Social Media and Insights Group M; Ankit Desai, Media and Digital Marketing, Marico Limited; Sandeep Balan, Head Digital Marketing, UB, and this particular session will be moderated by Deepak Raj, Lead Revenue, APAC, Culture Machine. Let me welcome the panelists to the stage. Thank you.
Vidyava. He is from L'Oreal India. He heads the digital marketing over there. Sandeep Balan is on my left. He takes care of the UB digital mandate. And we have Ankit Desai, who takes care of the Marico digital and heads the media for them. We would have one more panelist joining in. He's stuck in traffic. He should be coming in another 10 minutes. It's Karthik Nagaraj, so he will join us when he's coming in. So we have seen an advent of how digital video has kind of evolved in the country over the past 3-4 years. How we all started with 180-second stories, all had this perception that we should not make content more than 3 minutes. And finally, we're slowly moving into half-an-hour episode series and how that content is kind of evolving in the country, and which is actually a huge space for brands also sitting over here and other brands that are investing in this kind of format of content. How they're also closely examining how content has been evolving from this short form format, long form content. On what I would start the discussion from, I would like your viewpoints on a topic that how do you see digital video in itself as an evolving segment which the brands can invest on. So Shashi, your take on that. I'll go start with you.
Purely as an investment?
Not only as an investment, but probably as an audience as well. How do you actually feel the content is evolving?
See, I think, to be very frank, I think people have been making, you can't hear me? Yeah. Can you hear me now? Thanks. Yeah. So I think a lot of great people have been creating digital content, for the last 2 or 3 years, but no one's really been able to give a brand a great way of integrating it. So, people have also been choosing which brands they want to work with. So instead of always trying to go for the interesting brands, they've always gone for the big brands, the known brands. But I think last 2 years, it's become very democratic. Everyone's come in. Unrecognizable brands have started coming in and using digital content to push awareness. So I think that's growing the ecosystem significantly. So Common Floor has started creating content before Pepsi has. So you can imagine the kind of push that digital video is bringing to a brand.
What is your viewpoint on the digital video in itself, Sandeep?
I feel digital videos obviously are truly, exploding. If I can use that word. What I see 5 years back, when we were discussing content, at Idea, when we were making Idea short films, the definition of short form content was, I think it still exists, is less than 10 minutes. But now, obviously, over the last year or two, with new platforms coming up, the definition of short form has actually changed. And so has long form, right? Now, 6 seconders, 15 seconders, 30 seconders are your new short form, while your long form is anything, which is higher than that. So I think that, calls for redefining of the terminology as such, and, obviously, get brands to adapt. So I think, well and truly, digital videos have evolved, and that's evident from the fact that even platforms who are not video focused are switching to video. So I think that.
Can you hear me? Yeah. All right. So I'm going to. I'm from a category which is considered a bit old school. I'm from FMCG. We sell oil. Yeah. So that's as old school as it gets. And coming from there, I'm going to give you my viewpoint, and my viewpoint is actually going to take 2 steps back. So he started with 180 seconds, I'm going to start with 30 seconds, right? And that's where we come from. That's what we are good at as marketeers, as brand managers. We've seen an evolution. I think today we have moved from 30 seconds to 180 and now to the long form content that we all talk about. But the interesting thing for me is, the genesis of why this movement happened. It wasn't because, you now found great spaces which brands could occupy, or because brands now know what more they can talk to consumers about. Fundamentally, what changed and where the penny dropped for us is the way we started looking at digital as a platform for our brands. I think earlier, at a very, very nascent stage, as brands, we were using digital more as an awareness driver or as a supplementary frequency driver for our brands, more to drive salience more than anything else. And over a period of time, I think we've realized that there's far more that this beast called digital is capable of. And, more than awareness, we can actually drive consideration, we can drive engagement with our consumers. And I think that's really the power of digital as it stands. And once we realized that, the next step was that we decided to go beyond, only to realize that as brands, we had trapped ourselves in this boundary condition called the 30-second insight. Yeah? And most brands don't really know how to step out of that boundary condition, because as marketeers, we are trained to sharp focus and get that insight which is so absolutely sharp and fits in that 30-second, because that's the format that we grew up with. Yeah? So the big task really and the big change that I've seen is this struggle to really break that boundary of that sharp insight and to explore the world that the brand can explore, can actually exist in, and a world which actually thrives on data exhaust that you gather from the consumer. Yeah? The brand is able to create a rich world which is also meaningful to the consumer only when you pick up what the consumer wants to hear about and wants to engage with. And if you're able to transcend this barrier, then I think is when long form really starts making a lot of sense.
So wherein I would like to add on and get into the next question, like how the digital beast where content is to be transformed. So we have seen branded content, and from branded content we are kind of evolving. So whether it's a 30-second story, 60-second or 180-second, where brands have been telling what they have been kind of needed to communicate, we are seeing an evolution from branded content to branded entertainment. A very thin line that we are kind of drawing, where it's no more of saying more about what the product is or the brand is, and then it's more about how entertainment is capturing more and brand is kind of associating with that entertainment. What would be your views on how branded entertainment is working in here?
See, the way I think is that people don't care. People care purely about entertainment. So they, so at one point in time, the guys who were providing the entertainment, they were very choosy. They, so consumers who were consuming entertainment were very certain that a brand can't provide entertainment. The role of a brand for me is to provide information about products and services. Others, a brand would always want to provide entertainment. I think what has happened is there is so much when the content system has gotten so rich, consumers have stopped caring about who's creating entertainment, and they are mostly concerned with entertainment as such. So, I still go and watch the old Nike ads. I'm not really buying the old Nike shoes, but I'm still watching their ads with Zidane and with Ronaldo, and it's still entertaining. So that distinction between who's providing the entertainment has blurred significantly, and the brands which have started thinking like entertainers have benefited significantly. So is branded entertainment going to be a separate genre? I think entertainment is still going to be the biggest genre. So how much you as a brand can push yourself to create entertainment is going to be the question that each brand is going to have to answer.
Sure. And what's your view on this, Sandeep? You've already worked on a lot of entertainment projects, and how you see it going forward. And just wanted to welcome before that, Karthik has joined us. So
my apologies. I'm really, really sorry. I'm like the troll joining a perfectly normal Twitter conversation.
Go on, Sandeep.
Yeah, so see, what I think long form allows brands to do, is to deliver brand experiences compared to brand messages or product messages. And that kind of borders on entertainment, when you're telling stories, which is probably our topic, telling brand stories as such. So I think and brands which succeed in doing that, are actually the ones which kind of succeed in creating memorable content, right? And just continuing with the Nike example, brands define a positioning and then create stories around that positioning. With Nike, it's inspire, right? And they use different sportsmen and stories around that to create videos around the same theme. So So I know it's all about delivering that brand experience, which I think borders it on entertainment is what I would say.
Yes, Andy.
So similar take, but essentially, again, going back to what I was saying, that once brands figure out how do I talk beyond me, and me, and how do I talk about what's actually relevant to the consumer, while at the same time, remaining within a larger boundary condition that's okay for me as a brand, you start finding a fit that starts becoming a success. Yeah. So in most cases, what tends to happen, and that's where you see a lot of brands fail, is that you're trying to take your TV approach, which is to say that I have 30 minutes, and when those 30 minutes I have X percentage of a branded frame. And if that's missing, then it's a failure. Yeah, and you can't blame marketers for that, because that's the way we've been seeing AV platforms per se. Now, if you move from that to say that, as a brand, I'm okay operating in a space of contemporariness or in the beauty care space, and anything around that is okay for me. Yeah? Suddenly, you don't feel compelled to be present with your logo, with your product in every frame. And that's when you start making sense to the consumer as well. Yeah? And if you're able to bridge that gap, then there's nothing like branded content. Then there is consumer forward content, which also makes sense for the brand. That's, I think, the eventual objective that you want to get to.
Karthik, what do you feel?
Can you repeat the
about
question, please?
It's about how you have evolved from, say, a 30-seconder or a 60-seconder or a 180-seconder branded content space to consumer-facing branded entertainment, where brand is being a part of an overarching entertainment content that is going to be there. How do you feel the evolution of that format coming up?
I think, I mean, you guys should correct me if I'm wrong. I think 2014 was a superb year for this conversation, right? And I think this year was also not bad at all. I think somewhere I thought we crossed a boundary when it came to long form storytelling, and especially of the digital variety. And that was, what was really pleasing was it was across categories. A BFSI client was doing it, a personal care, of course, they've been doing it for a long time. FMCG was doing it. And a brand like Pepsi changed its tone, to do Garwali, Diwali from being an irreverent brand and all of that. So I think that happened. What's happening now is, trying to find that sweet spot between, what you said in terms of this is the content and this is what I want to consume as a consumer. So what is my play in it, rather than thinking the other way around? I think we're in that phase.
So taking from that, where this is the content that you want to be, how effective has less is more as a concept when it's content, when a brand associates with that content in a long format content or this thing, how effective has less is more been for the brand?
I think it's a necessity, it's more than just effectiveness, because if you really want a consumer to see your brand all the time, you might just get him into your office and show him everything that is there. So it's a bit of a turn off to see a brand pasted onto every frame of content, and it interferes, I'm guessing, with the storytelling perspective. So that's something even marketers know, because at some point when they step out of their offices, they are also consumers looking for entertainment. They know what is their turn off and what is their turn on. How will they find a balance? I think it's a question of test and learn. I think there is a big acceptance that you keep it to the minimum. You go for strategic moments in the content's shelf life, where you can see the brand with its place naturally. And to be honest, marketers have had a lot of experience in India doing that. So, with cinema integrations, with a lot of content that they've created in other media, they know how much content can really work. It's again coming down to how much resistance can the content creator put up. So if a content creator is going to be very greedy and going to succumb to every demand, then a brand would always want to be present in everything. But if a content creator is going to be sane and sensible enough and say, look, my content, I can only give you so much placement, so much promotion, then it's going to be a win-win for the consumers. And magazines, frankly, for a long time successfully did that. till, of course, the famous national newspaper decided not to do it anymore. But, till for a long time, most editorials would never accept branded mentions. So I think that's going to be the way to go. So it's going to be very strategic, very tactical, when it needs to be. Marketers will have to choose, and the content creators will have to educate them, saying this is the limit.
What do you think, Sandeep?
Yeah, well, we strongly believe that less is more. I strongly believe that, the brand needs to be a character in the larger story rather than the brand being the larger story, and that's probably, what demarcates, great stories from, branded content as such. Something that we probably practiced and preached, when we were working on pictures, TVF pictures, which, took us a long time to, ideate and create with TVF, where the, right from the concept, the name pictures, which is pitching ideas to a pitcher of beer, to generating content, and tu beer hai now kind of synonymous with, stay hungry, stay foolish. So we never claimed and we never said, and Kingfisher was just a character in the overall story, which, people saw, and they took back. And that when you play on the subconscious, that's when, the less is more becomes more effective, and, brand tends to gain more, is what I would like to believe.
Okay, so I have a slightly different take on this piece, and I'm going to again take a step back. And as marketers, I think one of the first things that we do is define what is the task. What are you trying to do by creating this content? And sometimes your task is just salience, right? You're just saying that I want people to just remember my brand name. It's a new name. Haven't exposed it before. I just want to keep repeating it so that they remember me at the end of it. Not saying that means that the protagonist has to keep talking about the brand over and over again. There are smart ways of doing it, like you mentioned, but you might want to do it all the same. Yeah. And there are other times where, the task could just be about moving some mind measure, some equity measure, which could be as, abstract as making the brand look progressive. And one mention in the entire, and I'll take a live case for us, and it's not even video content, right? It's we run this tutorial audio program that runs on mobile phones in rural UP. Yeah, and in that program, I think we mentioned the brand once. And that's not a direct mention. And yet, when we go back to those consumers and talk to them, you realize that because of the quality of the content and because of the kind of return that they derive from the content, they just look up to the brand, and they're seeing it in a very, very different way from what they started out with. So all I'm saying is that one needs to take a hard look at what you're trying to achieve, and then, more is more, less is more. All of that can come in.
Karthik, your take on it.
I think on this one you should take the client's word as the last word. But I'm with him. Less, more, they're very relative to different scenarios, right? And I love I think pictures is an ideal example of right. And but there are some, I mean, it's true, even though we say all of this, it's very true that most of the brand managers work in a sort of a KPI framework, which is actually the villain, right? It has nothing to do with the content creator or the brand or the marketer. It's that framework which is the villain. It has to be this way type thing. So few of them are coming out, but I don't think we have a universal movement towards a direction where you're letting it go and then doing exactly what is right for that project. And especially how many of you here can use lesser number of trending hashtags in a given day? Most of you, I'm sure, will appreciate that. Thank you. Right. So it's just too noisy at this point. Yeah. So
coming to Ankit on how mobile actually created a great perception value, how do you think the second screen phenomena, how critical is it for your brands? Because you said it's working very well, but for all other brands, how mobile with so much of 3G penetration coming in and 4G going to be launched in a big way. So how do you think second screen phenomena is going to work for your brand?
See, specifically for a brand like us, mobile is the first screen because, in India, I mean, we operate with women who are between 18 to 34-year-olds. So for them, the most personal screen is their mobile. It's the most... it's a screen which has the least interference with anyone in the family. Otherwise, whenever I go out to a consumer visit, most of them say I watch a TV program because my grandmom is watching it, and I have to sit there and watch it with her because I want to spend some time with her. So most of our content consumption is on mobile. So for us, anything which we are creating, so digital content that way becomes very important in a woman's life, and especially the TG that we are operating in. So for me, the second screen is the TV. So it's the big light in the living room, which is always interfering with what you want trying to watch on mobile. The second advantage that we are seeing is mobile consumption is always on. So it's not that you are ever switching off. And your content formats are also so varied that we are also trying to think through. So digital video is of course one of the essentials, but what are the other forms of content that we have to produce, and who is going to distribute it? Is it someone going to distribute it over Instagram? Is it someone who's going to distribute over a chat platform? That's something that we are strongly looking at. So it's the second screen is the primary screen, and I'm sure that's true for almost all brands going ahead.
Yeah, I pretty much agree. I think mobile has, become the first screen, and you as a content producer would probably have facts to throw, that mobile well and truly has become the first screen. What, I was pleasantly surprised, when my 5-year-old neighbor, kind of opened my iPad, went to the YouTube icon, clicked on it, went to the search bar, searched for her favorite cartoon, Oggy, OGGY, skipped that, and actually played the content, So we are waking up to a reality, and probably 10 years from now, you'll be a part of, the key, TG that brands try to kind of target. The time is coming, when brands keep pushing ads at users, it's turning a blind spot. Instinctively, she doesn't even know what an ad would actually stand for, but she knows that, okay, this is how I skip the ad. So it's scary, So I think that also, means that a lot of brands are waking up to the fact that this is happening, and mobile well and truly is becoming the first screen, and that's why I think we see a lot of content which I think a lot of brands are investing in creating content and experience and long form. So yeah.
So, okay, I'm the only one who also handles the TV part of my company's business, so I'm going to try and do a little justice to them as well. Yeah, but so yeah, it is the first screen, but it's the first digital screen. Okay, for a lot of our consumers, I think TV still remains their first point of content consumption. But that's not to say that mobile phones are not important, or mobile screens are not important. I think we are seeing a wave where a lot of consumers are getting their first access to a digital device on this PC or this computer, which is your mobile phone. Yeah? So from that point of view, yes, it is the first screen for the consumer. Having said that, I think when I look at my digital assets, clearly we are seeing a shift, and that's also largely driven by penetration numbers now, where 60% of all impressions or all consumer visits that we are getting on our assets are coming from mobile phones. So clearly that is the future, that it's here and now, and we are seeing it tick away already. So yeah, should answer it.
And I think it's, we used to use, obviously, in agency, we used to use the word second screen a lot in life. But I think it's very 1.0 here. I think it's very 2013. It's now there's just content, and then there are screens. So, right? So you take any random example, take the Nescafe stammering comedian piece. It was designed for digital, and then it worked really, really well. Then it eventually made it to television, right? And there's so many others, the Google films, so many others. I see it on Reddit, I see it on YouTube, and then I see it on Hotstar later on, right? I think we've comfortably now crossed that barrier between ages, first, second, third, 17th screen, and all of that. So it's just content across screens.
When you say content across screens, a lot of collaboration that have happened with brands and content creators. What would you think is one of the best content collaboration that happened with a brand? Any example that you can think of?
See, I think obviously pictures is the best. It's easily recalled. It's very natural. And you never realize it's that someone's talking about a brand, and it fit very well. So I think it was one of the best that I saw. Yeah, that's the one I heard.
Pictures?
I would be biased for pictures, yes, because I think it reinforced a lot of our beliefs as well, that you can be successful without the brand, in the forefront, but playing, as a character in the overall story. And I think helped made us a lot of point, to, when this content format is still evolving and adapting, we were able to, succeed with what we tried attempting at pictures.
Okay, I'm not, I'm going to be the odd one out again. Getting used to this now. But, so my personal gripe, and this is probably the wrong place to say it because all of you all can get up and back me. But a lot of you all see digital as the internet. And the end all, and internet is therefore the end all and be all, and therefore content on the internet is the content that you find as successful or unsuccessful. Whereas the reality of our country is we still have some 600 million people who don't have access to smartphones and who don't have access to the mobile internet. And there is content that one creates for them. So if you ask me the most successful piece of content, I think Kaan Kachura is fantastic, brand created piece of content which works for me. So honestly, I think our vision needs to be a little wider, and you need to look at stuff beyond the AV defined content that we see online. And once you do that, I think there are a couple of very, very interesting pieces that one can see in the ecosystem out there.
Since you said branded content and you didn't define a form factor, for me, the god of branded content will always remain the Amul banner. Right? So to me, it works. Today, when we speak to people about what is branded content, it's always that is a template. You use that in video, you use that in print on your own social media, etc. That's largely the template. Right? But for me, there are a few things, which were like watershed moment. I would say that the Google long form videos, just purely on the amount of organic buzz is generated. The Fortune Oil video, and of course, pictures was like a before and after. They just redefined what you can and cannot do in this category. Yeah, those are the top.
So with most of us agreeing on pictures, how it actually worked. The next question that I would like to ask all the brand custodians over here is, in terms of metrics, what do you suggest brand collaboration in long form content should look at?
See, frankly, as digital marketers, there are so many metrics coming into the inbox every day. I'm sure something's going to explode. Either the inbox is going to explode or my head's going to explode if I have to look at another set of metric, I think it's still something that everyone's learning. Okay, so you have to be prepared to be a little adventurous and not nail it down to metrics. What I look at in, when I'm evaluating content is whether this content is going to be successful by itself, and then if I know it's going to be successful, then how my brand is successfully ride on the content's popularity by itself. So you evaluate how you know your consumer and how much they'll relate to the content. So how much engagement you can get with that content, how much reach you can, organically get with that content, and then you make that metric call, which is a final metric call, whether what you really want to achieve.
Would you, sir?
Like all these years in digital and every forum, metrics and ROI kind of creeps into the discussion. But yeah, I think that's a necessary evil that you can't escape from. For us, I think for me, earned conversations would mean a lot when you put a content out which is branded per se, but subtle. But people obviously people are very smart, right? They catch if you try to kind of oversell your content, but as branded. But I think it somewhere earned conversations which you can make out from the nature of it, where the brand mentions are there, or where people are mentioning the brand in the conversations that they are having. For example, with the two beer here, what we saw was a sea of conversations with Kingfisher Pitcher, being the hero, which so consumers when they were checking into a bar where kind of putting a status update with the dialogue and an image of, so that for me is consumers kind of taking the content and kind of using it in their day-to-day life. So that kind of succeeds for me. For me, earned conversations would probably make a lot of sense with content.
Okay, so for me, I think it's a two-step process, and I think the step 2 is Mecca. We haven't gotten there yet. Hopefully we'll get there at some point. But finally, we need to see some movement on business KPIs, right? So be it equity or business itself. Unfortunately, I don't think we are still at a stage where we are able to measure that well enough. We'll keep trying. But if it comes to media KPIs, I think engagement for me would be at least something that tells me that I'm moving in the right direction. And mind you, it's just a directional indicator. I would still want to see output on business metrics, equity metrics probably. But unfortunately, as I said, that's sometime away.
I'll just add one piece to what he said. I come from a measurement background, and I think one of the reasons why some great ideas also don't get made is because you can't showcase, the right measurement. So to me, I think one of the things we've been doing a lot as Group M and has worked for clients as well is to keep it simple. So to me, great content needs to create a lot of conversations, right? And today you can measure the hell out of conversations today. You have enough technology and listening tools to do that. What's good about it is, unlike a like and a comment, etc., you can grade it and say that, okay, this conversation had this association, this was good for you, this was bad for you. Right? I think the more you move content ROIs to a conversation-based ROIs, and by conversation I'm not talking about likes or comment or shares, real conversations. I think that will change the way we are approaching this.
Okay, so that will be more closer to advocacy when somebody is actually putting their
Absolutely.
That's what we see as what is evolving on the long form content. Even in Culture Machine, while we are creating content, we are looking at how many conversations are actually enabling, which is enabling us to create multiple formats of the same content and regenerate more content on the similar thought lines if it's successful. We would like to invite more questions from the audience to our panelists. So questions are open. So.
We should actually ask them questions.
Okay. Let's do it. Karthik, go for it.
We should take your third question, which is, what is the branded content that they liked best?
Yeah, what was your favorite branded content that you guys have seen?
And you should also pick who you want to ask the question to.
Okay, inverse session. Third row, the second person from there. What is any branded content that you actually like?
Been many actually. Like, you mean something which has converted to like me actually owning it like over a certain period of time, or just
anything that actually entertained you and you got the messaging right of the brand?
Wrangler denims, they have this thing happening currently with the social media week. I actually ended up picking their denims, so.
What they do.
Huh?
Should also ask them what they do. Maybe they
Yeah, are you from Wrangler Jeans?
No. So they have this line of stuff for bikers. I mean, I ride a lot, so I was going to pick one anyway. But the whole thing happened with this social media week again. So I was like, okay, looks good. And the stuff is pretty good. They brought in a couple of innovations which we have been seeing abroad, especially with riding gear. So yeah, it was great and it converted.
I guess video is actually converting sales also. So some of the KPIs are getting measured. Somebody from this side who can, That was Ambuja Cement.
Yeah, there was this campaign done by HSBC in UK and they did YouTube ads, and their research, the general research says that the first 5 or 6 seconds are the crucial part because after that people get to skip the ad. So what they did was, the ad, by the way, was for their instant money transfer from UK to any other country. So they used that 6 seconds, and they showed your UK bank account and your Dubai bank account and money being transferred in 6 seconds. So they actually used that 6 seconds very effectively, and that campaign went really successful.
Forcible in-stream ads.
I think in the BFSI category per se, Chili Paneer by DBS was one of the breathtaking campaigns that actually took place and essentially started off the wave of long format being consumed by financial category, which we conventionally consider to be very conservative in Indian scenario and not being very experimental. So that was one campaign that is totally at the top of mind recall.
Should I still start pointing at people and say there somebody gets connected? Okay, anybody? Any questions? Yeah, there is a question over there.
Hi, I actually wanted to ask, so there's branded content and then there are brand advocates. So in India, we do not see a lot of brand advocates actually generating branded content as of now. But where are we on it? I just want to pick your brain as where are we on it in terms of the rest of the countries? What do you think is the future in India of brand advocates generating branding content for the brands?
So see with something like the beauty category, it's easy to answer. Okay, so brand advocates do create brand content. It's not as widespread, so it will never have the reach of a Kolavari D. Okay, but we do have a lot of beauty advocates who create content for the brands and who push out a lot of brand content, and they do it gratis. So they don't really always engage with brands to create that content. Are we at the level of having a new Michelle fan appear and suddenly be a superstar in our own right while being a brand advocate? We are not yet there. I think that ecosystem is still evolving. So digital as a source of advocacy is still a little passive right now. So active brand advocates making a big difference to the brand, I think it's still not yet there. But we are getting there, and content is the key. So content production has become so much easier. People being able to show you how to use products and which brands work best for them. That's becoming more and more popular. And I'm pretty sure in 2016 you'll see a lot more brand advocates creating branded content. So it's going to hit automobiles, it's going to hit beauty, maybe it will hit cooking, you never know.
See, today if you click on any of the trending hashtags by a brand, typical day on Twitter in India, it's like there'll be a bunch of people who have like questionable 8,000 to 10,000 followers, and they'll be saying amazingly positive stuff about the campaign, but extremely empty because there's no emotion to it. And then after a point, they'll congratulate each other, saying, "Hey, that's trending. Did you see? Awesome. We rock the world." And all of that. There is underneath this noise some great advocacy and influencer outreach that's happening. It's completely drowned out at this point. But I think there's a lot of people who have actually taken that up as a mainstream profession, and rightfully so, because they're influencers and subject matter experts. And I think we should hopefully we'll get to a stage where that becomes mainstream and this becomes, a supporting cast. But today is the other way around. That's very scary.
Yeah, so I kind of agree with what Karthik says, but I also think that these questionable 8 to 10,000 fans and these influencers are kind of spoiling the entire game for the. So for us, I know everyone who probably drinks beer or Kingfisher, would be a brand advocate, and not pertaining to content, but we do this KF beer ups, what we like to call as the mother of all tweet ups, where we do an RSVP and we get people to, the fastest ones to RSVP are the ones who get to attend the party. Now, irrespective of, so we don't look at the follower count, and invite, right? Even if you have 50 followers, you are the fastest ones to click on that link and RSVP, you are invited to the party, right? And that, and when we do that, right, when we do it in a, in a city, or, the party is designed, it's social, right? You have to tweet to, be a part of, so, and people tweet about the experience, right? We don't stress, we give them a good experience, people go back and tweet about the same, and more often than not, it creates a lot of positive conversations about the brand, which are not from your so-called advocates, but they're even a guy with a 50 or 100 followers for us is an advocate, because when you combine all these followers, all these guys who have 100 odd followers, that comes up to a significant sum. So I think for me, the definition would be a bit different.
As far as we are concerned at Culture Machine, we have also observed this, that there is an evolution which is happening at Indian influencers or advocates or content creators in itself. We had done the Superwoman series in 7 cities, and we kind of realized what is the potential of these advocates. They were 10 to 14-year-olds who were wearing exactly what Superwoman would wear. And they paid 1,200 rupees for one tone t-shirt and bought it and go. So that's the level of impact these people actually have. This has happened in India, where Superwoman has come in over here, and you have kids from Hyderabad, Bangalore and Mumbai fighting for this thing. I think the influencers or advocates over here are also gearing up to that level to kind of then be a face of any kind of thought that they believe in, and in which there could be an alignment with any brand, and then they could associate and move forward with that. That's what we see as an evolution for the brand advocates here in the country.
Cool, thanks.
Any other questions? Done. So we'll wrap the conversation. I think long form content is sure to stay. But needless to say, a 30-second, or not only, when we say content, it necessarily not be only digital content or video content, AV in perspective. It could be any content that reaches a consumer via a digital medium is what would actually bring in me to the conversation, wherein a lot of brands, we hope also, start taking the plunge like Kingfisher did in pictures and believe in the content creators, understanding what is the right association and the right metrics, and then go forward making a lot of beautiful content, which is what we are trying to do, and we will keep on doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
For the next session, we have a very special guest, and the next session will be hosted by Media Medic Communication. So while we set the stage for the next session, let me give a quick update or a quick announcement. Please tweet your most interesting tweet with hashtag SMW Mumbai. We have some very interesting goodies and giveaways for the most unique and creative tweet for the day. And the tweet will be displayed on our Twitter wall. And also, please tweet with your most funny and unique AR selfie, AR picture with Messi. Again, there are free goodies and giveaways for the same. Now, coming to the next session is on rare diseases, mobile health and social media. And this particular session is hosted by Media Medic. Let me invite Dinesh Chindarkar, the founder of Media Medic Communication, to the stage to invite the rest of the panelists. Welcome to the Made of Great stage, Dinesh.
Good evening, friends. It's a pleasure here to speak to you and talk about a very interesting subject on healthcare. Healthcare in India is changing rapidly, and we see a lot of new trends coming up, people getting more conscious, and social media is actually doing a lot of change for the good. So without wasting any further time, let me call upon my esteemed panel on stage. We have a very interesting global case study to share with you, which also has got a very strong India angle to it, and I'm sure you'll enjoy this session. So let me call upon Mr. Srinivas Bitla and Nihal on stage here. And while they walk in, I'll just quickly introduce you, both of them. So Nihal here is a 14-year-old kid, lucky kid. He's a social media geek. He's an inspiration for our Twitter handle Team Nihal, and has become the brand ambassador for Progeria in India. And we are actively campaigning the Progeria Research Foundation work here. His father, Srinivas, he runs a mobile shop in Bhiwandi. Have a seat, Srinivas. And he's been very encouraging and supportive about Nihal. He's actually building up a very strong online community for children suffering with rare disease, and we at Media Medic are trying to help him out. Let me also call upon Dr. Anirudh Malpani. So Dr. Malpani is an IVF specialist who's passed out from Bombay University and has got over 20 gold medals during his academic career. I personally, as a student in college, used to refer to his books. He's authored more than 5 books, and his commitment towards, he's a very unique doctor in a way. He thinks more from a patient perspective, and some of his books on how a doctor-patient relationship should be and how an ideal patient and caregiver should be are really worth looking at. So, and he also founded the world's largest online health library called as HELP, which is the health education library for people. So welcome, Dr. Malpani. And let me also call my last panelist, Mrs. Preeti Mohile. She's the co-founder of Media Medic, and she's been in the pharma and the healthcare space for around more than 25 years. She's worked around some of the integrated marketing campaigns for health brands. Recently, she ran a campaign on a nationwide initiative on Know Your Pharmacist. So before I go with the panel, let me just quickly set the context about healthcare and what we are going to discuss here. So today, I think most of you are aware that today we are moving towards non-communicable diseases, lifestyle diseases. India is now the out of 1.2 billion population, we are actually moving towards being the diabetic capital of the world. A lot of cardiac diseases also on the rise. So while this is happening, there's still a lack of awareness. Lifestyle habits are actually contributing to it. So how can digital, social media impact this? And that's what we are going to talk about. And before we talk about that, let me also give you a little brief background on progeria, which is a genetic disorder. Basically, it causes rapid aging in children. So children age very fast, and that's what the Progeria Research Foundation is trying to tackle it out. So the Progeria Research Foundation is based in the United States. Its mission is to identify children across the world who suffer from progeria. This is a very, very interesting case. So Sam Burns, that you see here in the picture, is been a global inspiration for progeria. He's the global brand ambassador. If you see his YouTube video, he has a TEDx talk, and if you read, it's got more than 1 million likes. Very inspirational, very, very inspirational, and he's been the face for progeria. So uniquely, Progeria Research Foundation has been formed by Sam's mother here, which is Dr. Audrey Gordon, and in the year 2009, all across the world, from a 7 billion population, there were only 54 children with progeria across the world, and statistics said that another 150 children were unidentified. So there was this global campaign ran across countries to identify where are these 150 children. And this was a campaign which talked about find the other 150. So Find the Other 150 was a campaign that rolled out through our global health PR partners, and I had the good fortune to work with our US partners on this campaign, identifying where and which countries were these children into. So with this campaign, we actually kind of worked around mass media. We worked around various tools to reach the population and create awareness and talk about progeria, so that the message of progeria could be taken ahead and people get more aware about it. So social media was a very strong part of this integrated communication campaign, wherein we created awareness about progeria, And in India, because of the movie Pa, there has been a commendable awareness about progeria. The Progeria Research Foundation has now, 2 years back, found a drug that helps the lifespan of these kids, okay, and the quality of life improves. And Progeria Research Foundation is funding children and calling them from across the world to Boston, where they are based. There they treat the children so that their average lifespan goes up and the quality of life improves. So the first drug has been researched on progeria. So Nihal was a part of this campaign. In last December, a year back, on Christmas, he visited Boston, and he is on now the medication of Progeria Research Foundation. So that's one of the key things that came out of this campaign here. So currently, in the span of 5 years, from a count of 54 across the world, we have reached 125 children across the world, 8 of which are from India. And while this campaign was being run, Progeria Research Foundation estimates that there are 60 more children in India. And in the last 6 months, we have actually rolled out a very focused India initiative of finding 60 in India. So Team Nihal, which has been actually blessed by Nihal himself, and he's been the face for this campaign, trying to drive initiatives, trying to plug in newer initiatives. So we started with a Twitter and Facebook, trying to talk about awareness on Team Nihal. Here's a short glimpse of a documentary that I would like to just play here quickly. So we made a documentary which talked about the awareness on progeria, and just playing a trailer to you.
हम लोग को नॉर्मल एक स्किन का डिसीज लग रहा था ऐसे ही 4-5 साल पहले ही मालूम पड़ा कि ये प्रोजेरिया है करके।
So this was a search that we started for identifying these 60 children in India. In the last 6 months, we have identified 4 more children in India, and this search continues. It's a tough task. In a population of 1.2 plus billion Indians, to identify 60. And the last ones have come from as small rural parts of Jharkhand, from Bihar, from Telangana. And the hunt is on. Interestingly, when we got onto social media, Nihal is a big Lamborghini fan here, and Lamborghini Mumbai Facebook page came up to volunteer and took Nihal on the sea link, and he was thrilled for his life. So what we realized is that when we actually take social media beyond the mass media, so journalists got excited. Journalists themselves tweeted about it, posted on social media about their updates, and I think they are the real people that they took the message beyond the mass media, and I think journalists are pretty influential on social, and they really helped us take this message to a larger audience. Srinivas and his team actually put up India's first progeria family meetup. So it was the first time, we'll discuss about this during the interaction with them, where they realized that there are more kids like me. Can you imagine that you've been staying alone, and then you see kids like you, and you feel that you're not alone. There's so many like me across the world. So that was one of very strong initiatives that he did in terms of putting up the meetup for the families here. The Logical Indian came up, and when the Logical Indian on social media took this news, we had something like 40,000 likes, 4,000 shares, and thousands of comments coming up. And I think that's one of the success stories of social media, that when you have a genuine, honest story to talk about, there are genuine, honest people to help you out. And I think that's what happened with Logical Indian that which just happened a month back or so. Jituraj came to our help. Jituraj, who is the Mumbai RJ. Just a small clip I'd like to play here. How radio is also impacting social media. Sorry. Okay. I guess the audio file is not playing or something.
अभियान को लॉन्च करने का निर्णय लिया है। तो वो फिल्म का नाम क्या है जो आपने बनाई? इल्यूमिनेटिंग प्रोजेरिया। समझा अगर किसी को ये फिल्म देखनी है जो मेरे को अभी सुन रहे हैं, वो कैसे देखेंगे? इज इट देयर ऑन द नेट?
यस, ये हमने YouTube पे डाली है जितुराज और टीम निहाल का Facebook पेज है, वहाँ भी है, आप ये वीडियो देख सकते हैं।
नहीं एक मिनट, गिव मी द एड्रेस। टीम निहाल का Facebook, मैं Facebook पे
facebook.com/teamnihal पे आप लॉगिन कर सकते हैं।
facebook.com/teamnihal मुंबई गो देयर। यहाँ पर ये फिल्म है और कहाँ है फिल्म?
और ये फिल्म YouTube पे भी है। नाम और हिंदी और इंग्लिश में अगर आप इल्यूमिनेटिंग प्रोजेरिया टाइप करते हैं।
एक मिनट, इल्यूमिनेटिंग प्रोजेरिया मुंबई।
जितुराज फाइंडिंग 60 इन इंडिया में मेरा साथ दो।
दे दिया, मुंबई दे दिया रेडियो मिर्ची ने बच्चे का साथ। एंड थैंक यू टू निहाल। निहाल थैंक यू सो मच बाबा।
फ्रेंडशिप में नो थैंक यू नो सॉरी।
हाय हाय ऐसा बच्चा क्या आई गो रडवेल तुम्हाला।
जितुराज
गणपति बप्पा
मोरिया।
Go to my Facebook, go to my Twitter, write the information. The doctors are going to be there and you will get help. We are trying to search these kinds of heroes जो आम साधारण हैं बट बहुत बड़े हो रहे हैं।
Yeah. So that was a good integration of radio getting onto social and getting that honest message out. And I think Jituraj has been very kind in helping such initiatives. And the last one, the last slide here that I'm talking about is a Prachi who's actually from Bihar, and she's the one. This is a Facebook post on the Progeria Research Foundation page. Early this month, she visited Boston, and she's currently under treatment. So they have funded her trip and her medicines there, and she's just 5 years old, and surely she'll go a long way. So that's the background. So today we have 130 known children with progeria across the world. So I'm quickly gonna go to Srinivas. Srinivas ji, आपका जो एक्सपीरियंस है, आपने टीम निहाल बनाने में बहुत मेहनत की है, और ये जो पहले 2 साल पहले की जो सिचुएशन थी, जब आप अकेले इससे लड़ रहे थे निहाल के साथ, और ये पिछले 2 साल में जब से आप ऑनलाइन गए हो, उसमें आपके इसमें क्या इम्पैक्ट हुआ है?
हेलो। स्टार्टिंग में तो मतलब मेरा कुछ फ्रेंड्स लोग के लिए मतलब मैंने बनाया था, मुझे लगेगा आपस में सब मालूम पड़ जाएगा, तो मुझे इसका अंदाज़ नहीं है कि इतने लोग जुड़ेंगे इसके अंदर करके, और मुझे लगता था अकेलापन महसूस होता था मतलब, लेकिन ये होने के बाद मुझे तो लगता है पूरा दुनिया का साथ है। मतलब कोई स्पेन से बात करता है, कोई जर्मनी से बात करता है, कोई जापान से बात करता है, रोज़ कोई ना कोई इंकरेज करता है, सपोर्ट करते रहता है कोई ना कोई चीज़ के लिए। मतलब तुम अकेले नहीं हो, हम तुम्हारा साथ में है, हर चीज़ के लिए हमको कुछ तकलीफ रहेगा तो बोलो, या कुछ मदद के लिए चाहिए तो बोलो। और अदर बच्चे हैं, मतलब प्रोजेरिंग पीड़ित और बच्चे भी है, उनके पेरेंट्स भी बात करते हैं, हम लोग दूसरों को बात का हमको सपोर्ट लगता है उस चीज़ के लिए। और पहले ये चीज़ मुझे लगता था खाली पूरा इंडिया में मैं अकेला हूँ और कोई नहीं है मेरे लिए करके, लेकिन अभी वो चीज़ नहीं लगता है मुझे।
Dr. Malpani, moving on to you. You've been actually a doctor yourself, and you've been seeing patients on the other side. How do you think the relationship between a doctor and a patient is changing, and how can social media play a role there?
I think the biggest problem I find is that patients think of themselves as being very helpless and powerless, and I think sometimes it's doctors who contribute to that, in the sense, they're sometimes very arrogant oh, I'm the expert, I understand everything, don't waste your time going on the internet because you're not going to understand anything else. And doctors sometimes try to put patients in their place. But the reality is that as a patient, you're the one who is the most invested in making sure that you get well. And the doctor is one of the tools within your toolkit which you can use. There are lots of other options available. And I think this is a great example that when you're talking about someone who's an expert patient, quite honestly, I think most pediatricians in India will never see a child with progeria in their life. And here, this is a real life example of someone who's saying, instead of being isolated, let me reach out to other people and let me try to help them. And I think expert patients are really going to become invaluable because other patients will trust expert patients far more than they trust doctors, because people don't trust doctors anymore.
Sure. Preeti, I would like to ask you, there's some digital marketers sitting here, and you've been actually using some of the tools in social media tools to kind of build that. What are the different applications of these tools and social media in healthcare?
Hello? Yeah. Rather than talking of tools, I would rather say that social media as such is one of the best thing that has happened to healthcare. Because as Dr. Malpani just said, that earlier it was just the doctor that the patient could rely on, and it was like whatever the doctor said was the ultimate, and there was nothing else there. But today, they can go to the internet, they can look at various things, they can meet up with people on communities. And community building and getting into communities so that they don't feel isolated and interacting with each other to understand their own conditions is extremely valuable to patients. And that is one of the most important factors in healthcare, which is helping people. Of course, there are the pros and cons about who's putting out content and what kind of content, which can be discussed.
Sure. निहाल, मैं आपको एक सवाल पूछता हूँ. मुझे पता है आप YouTube वगैरह बहुत देखते हो. So आप इतने जो आप ऑनलाइन टाइम स्पेंड करते हो, what are the different things that you do? ऑनलाइन आप क्या क्या करते हो? थोड़ा नजदीक.
ज़्यादातर रोबोटिक्स में
क्या देखते हो?
रोबोटिक्स.
रोबोटिक्स. तो रोबोटिक्स में इनको बताओ ऑडियंस को कि आपको कौन सा रोबो सबसे ज़्यादा पसंद है. आई नो, बट यू हैव टू टेल देम. Honda Asimo. And one thing, we got a tweet from Honda Asimo, who's actually based in United States, that there's a possibility that in the Delhi car rally in February 2016, they might bring the Asimo only for Nihal. So that's the power. It's a pure power of networking. It's a pure power of social media that you can reach people across the world. Now the world is clearly without barriers. Dr. Malpani, just one of the things, you actually put up the largest world's online library. What was the thought behind, taking this initiative? I remember it's almost a decade that, it's been there. And also, the sub question is also that where do you see it going in the future?
So I'm a second generation doctor, and I don't think doctors are held in very high regard anymore by patients. And I don't think that's good either for doctors or for patients, because if a patient cannot trust their doctor, they're not going to be able to heal. And today doctors feel very threatened all the time. The general perception is doctors are commercial, they do too many tests, or they do too many unnecessary treatments. So there's always that sense of suspicion. My whole point is what we're trying to do is improve the doctor-patient relationship. And our message is simple. You need to trust your doctor, but you need to verify independently whether your doctor deserves that trust or not. So if you're lucky and you find the right doctor, you're not going to have a problem. But if you're unlucky and you fall in the wrong doctor's hands, there's going to be hell to pay. What we find is that good doctors actually encourage patients who will do their homework, so that these are the sites you can go, this is what's reliable. It actually makes the doctor's life a lot easier when a patient is well informed, because they don't have to explain everything all over again. And we think it's already started to happen. The patients are already online. They're already checking everything the doctor tells them. What we want to do is we want to tell doctors, you need to go to where their patients are. So we have one big dream, that every doctor in this country would have their own website. It would force doctors to be transparent, open. You would list your charges. You would provide information in local languages. And because it's information which is coming from your local doctor, the patient is going to trust it. No patient really wants to go to Google. They would much rather get the information from someone they trust, and we think the doctor should be it.
Absolutely. श्रीनिवास जी, आप दो जो ऑनलाइन कम्युनिटी आप हमने बनाई है और जो पोस्ट आते हैं वो देश विदेश से अलग अलग लोग रिस्पॉन्ड करते हैं. आप खुद इतना इंग्लिश कम्युनिकेट इन टर्म्स ऑफ वर्बली या तो फिर राइटिंग में नहीं कर पाते, पर जो इमोशंस आप देखते हो या आप स्टडी करते हो तो उससे आपको क्या वो फीलिंग आती है? बिकॉज आई हैव सीन थाउजेंड्स ऑफ रिस्पॉन्सेज ऑन वन पोस्ट. सो व्हाट डू यू फील अबाउट इट? बिकॉज व्हाट इज द चेंज दैट यू सी राइट नाउ आफ्टर कमिंग ऑन सोशल मीडिया?
सोशल मीडिया का बेनिफिट मिला, बहुत सपोर्ट मिला है, लेकिन उसका रीज़न तो मैं नहीं बोल सकता हूँ इतने रिस्पॉन्स क्यों मिलता है करके. लेकिन जो भी मिलता है मतलब ऐसा कोई बनावट ही नहीं रहता, मतलब कोई ना कोई सच्चा दिल से जिसको कोई चीज़ की बेनिफिट मालूम है वो बताते हो लोग. और हर बार ये बोलते हैं कि मतलब तुम अकेले नहीं हो, मतलब हम तुम्हारे साथ में है करके. कोई ना कोई और सपोर्ट आए दिन. मतलब मैं चाहे रात में कभी 2 बजे पोस्ट करता हूँ या कभी दिन में पोस्ट करता हूँ, लेकिन पोस्ट करते समझो 200 300 400 500 लाइक मिलता है और 50 60 100 कमेंट्स भी आते हैं उसके अंदर.
सो उसमें से जो रिस्पॉन्सेज आते हैं, मैंने देखा है कि पीपल हैव सेड दैट आई वांट टू मीट निहाल. यहाँ से लेके पीपल आर सेइंग दैट आपको आप अकेले नहीं हो, हम आपके लिए प्रे करते हैं. सो ये जो इमोशनल सपोर्ट ये पिछले 1 साल में जो हुआ है और आप निहाल के साथ इतने सालों से हो, वो डिफरेंस क्या है इमोशनल तौर पे?
समझ लो ना, 1 साल पहले आप जो बोल रहे हो ना, हम लोग हमारे घर पे रहते थे, हमारा परिवार हम और गिने चुने कुछ दोस्त लोग, उसके अलावा कुछ नहीं है आज. लेकिन समझो दुनिया के सारे दोस्त हमसे जुड़े हुए लग रहे हैं मेरे को. मतलब वो सब सिर्फ सोशल मीडिया के वजह से हो रहा है. मतलब इसका पहले संभव नहीं था ये चीज़.
आप यूएस भी गए थे, तभी वहाँ के जो एनजीओ ने आपके साथ काम किया था, तो उनका वो आपका एक्सपीरियंस कैसा था?
मैं तो देखो पहली बात बहुत पढ़े लिखे नहीं हूँ. वहाँ पे गया था तो बहुत प्रॉब्लम लगता था मैं कैसा मैनेज कर लूँगा करके. लेकिन वहाँ पे जो भी बंदा मिला है तो उधर कोई बात लगी नहीं कि मतलब लैंग्वेज की कोई बात होती है उधर करके. मतलब कोई ज़रूरत नहीं लगा लैंग्वेज होना चाहिए, क्या इंग्लिश आना चाहिए, कोई ज़रूरत नहीं लगा. उस 1 साल से ऐसा कोई दिन नहीं होगा रोज़ बात नहीं होती. रोज़ एक थॉमस करके एक नो थैंक्स नीडेड करके उन्होंने एक एनजीओ है, जितनी प्रोजेरियन बच्चे वहाँ पे आते हैं उनको एयरपोर्ट से लेके जाना, वहाँ छोड़ना, वहाँ पे कैसा रहना क्या रहना, उनकी ज़रूरत के सामान पूरा करना, फिर उनको एयरपोर्ट पे छोड़ना, ये उनका काम है. मतलब और वो भी एक एनजीओ के बेस पे काम करता है और बहुत अच्छा बंदा है वो. हर
उनके साथ भी आप आज भी जुड़े हुए हैं सोशल मीडिया के थ्रू. So one thing that social media, another aspect of it in healthcare is also about some of the insights that you gather from social media. In fact, you'll be surprised to know that in Japan, the flu trends is tracked on Twitter, and the distribution of the drugs is actually based on the Twitter trends. So the moment you see one part, the eastern part of Japan, getting more tweets about flu, the distribution system starts moving the medicines, pharma medicines like that. So these are some of the things, because you are actually getting real-time insights, and based on those real-time insights, you can actually track and do a lot of work. Priti, coming to you, in terms of these insights, social media insights, how are they applicable more in the healthcare space? I would like to know.
A lot of attention needs to be given to inciting from social media, especially in healthcare. Currently what happens is when it comes to using social media, tracking social media conversations or monitoring, the entire attention of generally the agencies is towards brand and sentiments and etc. But in healthcare it's a bit different, because brands are not supposed to be connecting. Prescription brands, I would say, are not supposed to be connecting with patients at all. They are legally not allowed. But what they can do is, there's a whole lot of conversations that are going on continuously on social media. If they are tracked, immense amount of insights can be got out of that for not only betterment of drugs, that means development of better formulations and drugs, as additionally also for getting the right strategies for communication. Because then you really know what the consumer wants, what the consumer is suffering, what is it that they are looking for. And these are the two critical areas in which social media insighting helps.
Dr. Malpani, one point on the education part of patient. So today, there's loads of information that's available, but getting the authentic information is a challenge. So what would be your advice to marketers on patient education?
So I believe in something what I call information therapy, that it's not okay to just have free-floating information on Wikipedia. Of course that information is there, and I think the reality is you will keep on looking at that information again and again and get smarter over time, because initially a lot of the words will be unfamiliar, you'll have to look up a dictionary, you'll have to find more stuff, and then once it starts making sense, you can start delving deeper and deeper. But I think the point still is that you're never sure which website you're visiting, whether the information is accurate, reliable, whether it's coming from a quack, whether it is a commercial agenda behind someone who's sending you that information. And I think that's the beauty of making sure that if a doctor provided that information, because he is your doctor after all, and you trust him and you have a relationship, you're going to be able to trust it. I think moving forward, what we're trying to do is actually get health insurers involved in patient education. Quite honestly, we don't have a healthcare industry. We have an illness care industry. As a doctor, I only make money when someone has a medical problem and comes to me to fix it. I'm not really interested. I can't identify a well person because I don't see well people at all. And we think health insurers are the one people in the entire healthcare ecosystem where it makes business sense for them to educate patients with the right information so they can push back when the doctor tells them to do a test which they don't think is required. So there's some way of their being able to validate, is the doctor giving me good advice or not? And we think this can actually create a win-win situation. I'm going to ask him one question. Can I do that?
Please.
आप प्रोजीरिया के बारे में आपके पीडियाट्रिशियन से ज़्यादा जानते हो, सही बात है कि नहीं? आपका जो पीडियाट्रिशियन है, इसका जो डॉक्टर है, जो इसकी देखभाल करता है, आप प्रोजीरिया के बारे में, ये बीमारी के बारे में आपके डॉक्टर से ज़्यादा जानते हो. आपके जो पीडियाट्रिशियन है, जो इसका डॉक्टर, उसने कभी दूसरी पेशेंट कभी देखी ही नहीं होगी. आप बॉस्टन गए हो, आपने वो ड्रग लिया है जो एक्सपेरिमेंटल है. आपका और आपके डॉक्टर की रिलेशनशिप में कोई फर्क पड़ा है? उसको डर लगता है कि आप इतना जानते हो और वो कुछ नहीं जानते?
एक्चुअली बहुत पहले डायग्नोज नहीं हुआ है कि प्रोजेरिया है करके, लेकिन मुझे आइडिया था कि मतलब ये प्रोजेरिया है करके, लेकिन तो उसके पहले मैं उनको पीआरएफ का वेबसाइट में देखता था, मतलब उनमें बहुत सारे इनके बच्चे, तो अंदाज मिलता था कि प्रोजेरिया है. और इंडिया में मैं जितने भी डॉक्टर लोग से मिला हूँ बड़े बड़े, मैं उनकी गलती नहीं बोलूँगा क्योंकि उन्होंने ऐसा पेशेंट कभी देखा ही नहीं है, तो वो लोग कभी बोलते ही नहीं थे कि मतलब ये प्रोजेरिया है करके, मतलब वो बोलते थे कोई जेनेटिक प्रॉब्लम है करके. अभी भी डॉक्टर जो टच में है वो वेल कोऑपरेट करते हैं, मतलब कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है उनसे, मतलब अच्छे से संभालते हैं उन लोगों को.
I think he's being very charitable, but the reality is that as a parent, he made the diagnosis much earlier than the pediatrician does. And I think the moral of the story is that you need to be able to trust your gut instincts. You need to be able to talk to your doctor as an intelligent person and say, this is what I think is wrong. And then, of course, you don't necessarily agree. You're not trying to play doctor. But I think then the conversation evolves and becomes far more educated. And this, I think, is a brilliant example where someone who, will perhaps 10 years ago would never have been able to get access to this information as being able to do it.
Absolutely. In fact, that leads to another question. Now, we have people taking second opinion. The trust factor with doctors is a big question mark. Day after day, you see a lot of reviews about doctors, and people are getting influenced with those. So eventually, there are sites like Second Opinion or others propping up, and in the blogging space, you see a lot of questions raised on varied health conditions. So where does the patient look into, and eventually, what do doctors need to respond and adhere to this changing times?
I think a lot of doctors, for example, get very, pardon my French, but very pissed off when they get a patient who comes to them with a list of questions or comes with an internet printout. And these are what I call the internet positive patients. These are the patients who've done their homework, who are responsible, who are trying to help the doctor to help themselves. The older generation of doctors still feels threatened because the standard model was a very paternalistic model. I'm the doctor, I understand everything. I've spent 5.5 years in medical college. I've done all this stuff, so either you trust me, and if you want to ask any questions, I don't have the time or the energy to answer them, go find someone else. And I think that's a red flag. And I always tell my patients, I happen to be an IVF specialist. I said, if my pregnancy rate was 100%, I would never bother to talk to you. I would say, pay me my money, take your baby, everyone's happy. There is nothing in medicine which is ever going to be like that. And it's in my best interest that patients know exactly what I can do for them and what I can't do for them. Because the truth is that in medicine, the outcome will always be uncertain. But if the process itself is a positive one, if the doctors spend time educating the patient and the patient understands the doctor has my best interests at heart, we're in this journey together. I will also say one thing, no website in the world is ever going to replace your doctor. There is absolutely no reason for a doctor to feel threatened. Even if tomorrow I told the patient, this is what I think you need, the patient still can't do it for themselves in the bedroom. They're still going to require me to write a prescription for them, to come back and actually use the technology which I can provide. So there's no need really for doctors to feel threatened. And what we are saying is, doctors, you need to go out to where your patients are. And if your patients are online, it's irresponsible and unethical, I think, on the part of doctors not to be able to take a proactive role and educate them.
To take a point from what he just said, in fact, being threatened is one part of the story. Actually speaking, in country like India, okay, people are accessing medicines and actually people are going for consultation and therapy only after going through a lot of home remedies and all those various things. And in fact, for any condition, 100% of people with that condition are not really reaching the doctor. There are significant amount of people who can actually go to a doctor at a much earlier stage, and in greater numbers. So in fact, if people read on the internet or if social media is able to reach the people to make them aware about the fact that simple things like, for example, when one can say if one has a headache, well, it could be not just a headache, it could be something else. It could be due to hypertension, it could be due to migraine, it could be so many things. And if they understand that, they will actually go to a doctor. They will get themselves diagnosed in the right manner, and in fact, it will benefit the doctor.
Absolutely. So I think before we get on to the audience questions,
I would also like to say that, especially to the digital marketers here who are handling social media, that when anything is being put onto social media, one has been hearing for the last few days about campaigns, interesting, exciting, and various things. But when it comes to healthcare, it is not just about excitement. It is not just about putting on something which is very funny or anything like that, because it's a very touchy subject to the person who is suffering from it. And therefore, whatever is put onto the social media in terms of content has to have, importantly, 3 R's. R's, I mean R as in reach, and it is basically research, which is the right kind of research, giving the right credible information. Then the reliable information is the second R, and the third R is basically responsibility. So whatever is being put on, one has to be absolutely responsible, because if a consumer or a patient is going to read it, okay, and act on it, then you have to be absolutely sure that what is being put out is right and is not going to be misleading the person who's reading it, nor is it going to hurt the person who's reading it. So emotionally as well as scientifically, to be correct.
Yes. So I think before we move to the audience questions, Nihal, एक सवाल आपसे पूछना है कि 1 साल पहले जब आप वहाँ पहुँचे और आपने अपने जैसे बच्चे वहाँ देखे, तो वो फीलिंग कैसा था?
नमस्ते।
थोड़ा एक्सपीरियंस बताना। बोल रहे आज बोल रहे तो इतना बात करता है, अगर ये नीचे उतरेंगे तो तुमको रोकना पड़ता है बात करने से। तो उनको बता कि वो कैसा था, मतलब तेरे साथ पहली बार तू एयरपोर्ट गया तो तेरे साथ ईशान था, तो तेरी तरह तेरा एक दोस्त बन गया, वो कैसा एक्सपीरियंस था? पूरा 2 हफ्ता आप वहाँ पे जाके वहाँ पे और सारे आपके जैसे बच्चे मिले, वो कैसा था एक्सपीरियंस पूरा?
एकदम अच्छा लगा, माइंड फ्रेश था पूरा।
माइंड फ्रेश हो गया, he's saying mind. Okay, great. Let me ask the audience if they have any questions. Please feel free to ask the panel.
Hi Nihal, how are you doing?
Fine.
One very easy question for you. Who's your favorite superhero?
Amir Khan.
Awesome.
Hi. So I was listening very intently to this dialogue that doctor and ma'am had about A, the informed patient, and B, the hypochondriac patient. So, I'll tell you where I'm coming from, right? I come from a family of hypochondriacs. Okay, these are people who, even before the internet, would go to a chemist, go to a pharmacist, do their homework, pick up a bunch of medicines. My grandmother's one such person. She'll walk into the doctor's office with a bag full of medicines and say, no, doctor, this is the medicine I will need to take. So, I mean, for very obvious reasons, the doctor would be, pardon my French, pissed off. Now, of course, you are an enlightened gentleman. You are one of the few people who say, no, you must go and you must do your research. But, like ma'am, somewhat similar to what ma'am said, the flip side of it is, what ma'am is talking about comes from many years of insecurity, of a very partial diagnosis that doctors have been doing for us, which I'm talking about us insecure lot. Right? So, how, now, as you talk about the gradual progression, we will get onto social, we will understand, and then we will eventually be enlightened enough to understand that this might be hypertension or just a regular headache, and then go to a doctor with the right information. How long do you think that progression will take?
One of the lines I like is, the future is already here. It's unevenly distributed. So there are smart patients and there are not such very smart patients, just like there are smart doctors or not. And I think the reality is, doctors get the patients they deserve and patients get the doctors they deserve. So at some
Isn't that a little based on luck?
That's exactly my point. In the past, it would have been based on luck, because you had very limited options as to how to find a doctor. You would be picked by geography. Maybe someone would refer a doctor to you. Today, thanks to the internet, you really don't have those limitations. You don't have to fly to Mayo Clinic necessarily to get a second opinion. You can get a lot of that stuff done digitally. And I think, yes, of course, we all have what I call heart sink patients. Patients who come with lots of lists of unreasonable questions or pointless questions. But I think it's part of my job description as a doctor is to be able to educate the patient. And effectively what I do is, I say, you're going to have lots of questions. I don't necessarily have the time in this visit to answer them. But guess what? I have a website. Most of the questions are already answered within the FAQ. And if you still have further questions, feel free to email me. I'm not going to abandon that patient. I'm not going to take an attitude, because at some point what you thought was a headache because of a migraine will turn out to be a headache because of a brain tumor. So you can't, hypochondriacs also die of something at the end of it. You can't really keep on dissing them all the time. So at some point you need to educate that person. And I'll tell you one thing, hypochondriacs have an extremely valuable role to play, because typically they're the ones in society whom everyone gravitates to. So I'm sure if anyone falls sick in your family, the first person they call is your grandmom, and your grandmom acts like an extremely important sieve. And she's smart enough to know that 50% of problems are self-limited. They get better on their own in spite of the doctor, not because of the doctor. And she is actually helping you to filter through some of that stuff. So I think everyone has a role to play, as long as we as patients understand how to make use of all the various players in our ecosystem, whether they're digital, whether they're real life.
And just to add to that, I would ask you to visit www.puttingpatientsfirst.in, which is doctor's property that is put up. There's a lot of interesting tidbits that you can take from there. Putting patients first.
While there are a lot of positives where social media is concerned, helping him out in whatever way, any other patient that needs help, there are lots of people who come out and help. But ऐसे situation में काफ़ी सारी negative चीज़ें भी हो सकती है social media की वजह से. So I want to know कि how does that impact him? Because he's a child, and you know, it can be quite overwhelming when a lot of people are saying things or whatever. So how does it impact him? And how do you filter such negativity?
श्रीनिवास जी, आप बोलना चाहेंगे या? Luckily on social media, since the time Team Nihal page has started, there has not been negativity. It's been really, really nice. But in reality and in physical areas where they have operated, or also this one girl who came down, we were talking about Prachi, and another guy who also came down from the northern region recently for this meet, they were telling us that when he goes out, okay, people in the village, now these are rural interior towns, you know, they say, dekho, you know, aur ho ja raha hai. So these kind of things, it really impacts them. This girl, when she came here, initially she was just not willing to speak out. She was very, very scared to talk to anybody. The moment she saw other children like her, she spoke to many of our team who is very used to children of this kind, and they're very nice to them. She opened out, she started laughing, she started playing. So these children, it's the society also does not really deal with them in the right manner. But if more education is done and more, you know, they're told what is the right thing and what exactly this is, etc. For all these conditions, they will change over a period of time.
I just want to say कि निहाल आप बहुत strong बच्चे हो, and आपकी smile देख के हमको भी बहुत बड़ी smile आती है. So keep smiling, okay?
Thank you.
Welcome.
Any other questions here? Just one point I would like to make, you know, since the point that you made, you know, when this is what story Nihal told me when I went to the airport to pick him up when he landed back from Boston. He said that in US, when he was there for 2 weeks, he removed his cap and he was walking on the road and he felt absolutely safe, nobody staring at me. And he said, I love this and I'm going to do that in India. The moment he landed in Mumbai at the airport, sat in the taxi wala, the footpath, guys on the footpath, he put his hat back, saying that, no, this is not working for me. So the point is, there's an internal change that has to happen here. And that's one of the key takeaways we actually tried to, you know, talk about through the press and through the social media as well. So I think that change is in the society needs to come in, where, you know, these kids are accepted. Any questions here? So thank you so much. 1 second.
You know, I think this was a great example of an extremely rare disease, which you can actually count the number of kids on your fingertips, and yet you've been able to use these social media so intelligently. But the reality is there are lots of common diseases like infertility, diabetes. So people have a lot of questions even with diabetes. Now you see your diabetic specialist maybe once every 6 weeks, where once every 3 months. He's not diabetic himself, so he will tell you, okay, this is what you need to do. Maybe shout at you when your weight goes up, maybe criticize you because you're not keeping your blood sugar well. Not very supportive necessarily. Whereas you will get diabetic communities where you will get other expert patients who've been living with their disease for many, many years. And they are great sources of, this is the best place to buy your insulin from. These are where the sharpest needles are available. This is what you can do when you go to a wedding and you want to know what you can eat and what you can't eat. And they can actually reach out and help and support each other. So the point is that this is something which cuts across all kinds of illnesses, whether it's something which is very, very rare or something which is extremely common.
Yeah, just one last point to add to this very valuable point doctor has come up with, that if this works for a rare disease, which is so very rare that it's like looking for a needle in a haystack, it does work for a number of other healthcare conditions also, which are much more common. Take for example that he's talking about diabetes or anything else. I mean, there are various communities on social media, a lot of them international, some of them which we run, our partners run, etc. And the kind of conversations and engagements that you see there, it really makes you believe that people want to reach out to people like them and they want to understand certain things. particularly in certain reproductive conditions, especially among female population, we have really experienced this, that women want to talk, and they would talk one-to-one, they would want to chat with a doctor online, and these are things which are helping them, and we are doing them through social media for people.
Thank you for being a wonderful audience. Thank you from Team Nihal.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dinesh. Thank you, Nihal. So next we have a 15 minutes break, a tea break. Please, it's a 15 minutes tea break. Please be here back by 6:45. The next session starts by 6:45. Thank you so much. Hello everyone. So next we're going to have the interactive travel quiz, and to participate in this quiz you need to have the Skyscanner app downloaded. Request you to download the Skyscanner app, and we have our Wi-Fi passwords and Wi-Fi names displayed on the screen. Vinay, could you please display the Wi-Fi passwords? And to make the teams and to make the interactive quiz more, more easy for Ansu. Not teams. Okay, cool. Can we have some more people in the front, because we have so many places free here in the front. Can we have in the front, please? Thank you so much. Thanks.
The Skyscanner app from your Play Store or from your flights. Skyscanner flights. Skyscanner Flights is the app that you will need to answer the round 2 of the questions. Because if you're able to answer all the questions correctly, then there is a chance that you might win a free flight to either US or Europe or Southeast Asia or India somewhere. So. We are just waiting for my presentation to come up, and then we can start. So, are we ready? Cool. So, thanks everyone for being here. It's a great chance. I've always dreamt of having these free flights. So, it's a great opportunity to win one. And unfortunately, I cannot participate in this quiz. Has any of you over here, attended my travel workshop at some point of time? Okay, some of you have. My name is Anshu. I managed to travel a bit. I've traveled to around 60 countries, and most of them have been planned on my own, and I've been traveling independently for a very long time. I started doing these travel workshops around 2.5, 3 years back, because a lot of my friends kept asking me, how do you travel so much? How do you travel so much? I mean, I have a job, I have a family, I have 2 small kids. And thankfully, till now, I haven't needed to kind of give a break to my traveling dream. So when everyone kept asking me that question, I thought that, I should kind of share my tips and tricks with everyone. So I started doing that. I do these workshops called Come, Plan, Go. In fact, I had done one right in the morning, and I know some participants here from the morning workshop are also here. And I have now recently formed this trust called One Shoe Trust for Responsible Travel. And when I say responsible travel, what I mean is that you travel in a way that human beings were supposed to, in the kind of exploration that human beings were supposed to do. And not this package tours and things like that, but connect with the local people, enjoy the local culture, get to know what happens in their lives, connect, with their way of living as well. And also keep your carbon footprints low, which means try and make as less impact to the environment as possible, right? Which means small things like not having too much of bottled water, right? So that's small things like that. I don't mean to, get onto the whole, the trust thing right now, just quickly to introduce. It aims at encouraging traveling responsibly to keep your footprint low and to benefit the local communities as much as possible. The idea is to explore, appreciate and protect, because I truly believe that nobody would want to save the planet unless you've really seen how beautiful the planet is, right? So once you go and see how beautiful our world is, only then do you start actually thinking, okay, is there any way in which I can minimize how we are plundering the planet today? So that's what the aim of the trust is. Now, as a part of the trust, I just do these interesting activities like the quiz that I'm going to do right now. So nothing very heavy duty, just these kind of things. A lot of people ask me why this name One Shoe. So I don't know if you know that, there is an old English superstition that if somebody is going to travel, you're supposed to throw a shoe behind that person because that brings them good luck. So this is my way of throwing a shoe behind all your travels to bring you good luck in your travels, right? Also, I think one shoe denotes like, keep your carbon footprint low, like not even 2 shoes, just 1 shoe. So, all right, the rules of the game today. I've tried to make it a little difficult for you guys to use Google, but yeah, you can still get around to do it. But you know what? The quiz is in the spirit of having fun, enjoying, and I want to give you some sort of visuals here which might inspire you to travel to that place. And I always think that you might win or lose a quiz, but you always leave knowing more than what you did when you walked into the room. So try to not, kind of cheat around too much. There is a prescribed format of answering. I already told you that it's only on Twitter. And last and all, this is the very important rule. Quizmaster's decision is final in all cases. Some of you might have actually seen the terms and conditions which were uploaded on the website. There are free prizes to be won, but it comes with a little bit of constraints and all that, and I'll come to that later. But we will all be bound by those rules which were uploaded earlier. So we will have 2 rounds. In the first round, there are 15 questions. They're all visual clues. And the answers are always, the answer is always the name of a place. Okay? So there's no confusion there. It could be a country, it could be a city, it could be a place, but it's always a place. The second round will be based on this mobile app. You will have to do something on the app to give me the answer to that question. But we earlier thought we will make teams, but we are letting go of this. It's an individual, everyone is playing individually and everyone has to tweet the answers individually. The tweet has to have these hashtags, One Shoe, One World, and I will flash the question number or the answer number with the visual clue. So please include that. So we know that the answer to 13th question is Germany or the 12th question is whatever, right? So that kind of a thing. SMW Mumbai is a hashtag that everyone is using anyway. The prizes are actually free tickets worth 1 lakh from Skyscanner. It has been divided into 3, so there will be 3 winners. The first winner will get a ticket which is to anywhere as long as the ticket is below 50,000 rupees. So whatever ticket you can find for 50,000 rupees, even if it is 2 tickets of 25,000, whichever way the winner wants to break it, right? So 50,000 rupee Skyscanner will do that for you. The second ticket is worth 30,000. So whatever you can find in 30,000, I think 35,000. So Europe can come in easily in that price. And the third prize is about 20,000. So again, you can probably even find a ticket to Thailand or India, anywhere in India. So that's the breakup of the tickets, right? All the terms and conditions are pre-set. This is all up on the website. So we are just following all the same rules. How these 3 winners will be found out is, first of all, there is a panel here which is collating all your Twitter answers live as you tweet. We will find out the people who have answered the maximum right, given the maximum right answers. And if we have more than 2 people who have given the same number of answers, it will go into a lucky draw. Okay? So that's how we will find out our 3 winners. So are you ready? Is there anybody who has any questions, or is there anybody who doesn't have a Twitter handle to tweet from? You might find it difficult to participate. Yeah, but okay, all right. Yeah, I'll show you the format. Your answer, when you tweet, you have these 2 hashtags. Hashtag one shoe, one world, and hashtag A, whatever is the number, and then your answer. It's fairly simple. It will also be flashed on the visuals. Any other questions or doubts? Okay. The time for each answer is 30 seconds, and Tanvi here is the official timekeeper. Okay, so she's keeping time. From the time I flash the visual, then 30 seconds and you have to tweet it out. All right, so question number 1 now. Where is this? All right, it's about to be time. Time up. We move to next question. It's a pretty unique waterfall. If you can guess the name of the place, the country would do, or if you know another more specific place, that is also fine. I can give you a helpful clue. All right, time up. No, not too fast. You just have to tweet one answer, one word. Okay, all right. We'll increase it to 40, okay? All right. I want you guys to win. Where do you think is this road? It's a real road, huh? It's not photoshopped. It's called, no, if I tell you what it's called, then you can Google it. It's called the Drunk Road. Time up. This slightly unusual rock formation called the moonscape, the rock is called Mushroom Rock. The reason why I'm telling you this is because there's not just one place which has Mushroom Rock. So, I'll give you a little helpful clue. And time up. Now listen carefully. You don't have to tell me where is this painting and all that. You have to tell me where was the painter born. In which country was the painter born? World's most famous painting. Where was the painter born? Time up. How's it going so far? Okay, all right, all right. Very tough, very tough. Very tough. Yeah, you're getting free flights and all. Where is this? Anybody knows what this is? I will not say out because then somebody can Google. कॉन्टिनेंट नहीं चलेगा अभी ऐसे तो प्लैनेट बोल दो प्लैनेट चलेगा I think if till the level of the country I'm okay. 5 seconds. All right, time up. We'll move to the next question. Okay, 1 second. This is not a question, huh? 1 second. So you know what this is, and you know where these are, right? But obviously I'm not going to make it that simple. Where are these other pyramids? They're not very far, I can tell you that. They're not very far from those very famous pyramids. All right, fine, you guys can discuss amongst yourself if you want somebody else also to win.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time up.
Time up. So just tell me, where was this shot? Like, where was this picture taken? It's very easy, huh? It's not that difficult. Sorry? Hey, he's telling the answer to everybody. What? USA. Who is this? What is this? U2. What album is that? Joshua Tree. Where is the Joshua Tree National Park? I haven't seen any other quiz master giving away clues like this. All right, 1 second, time up. Who was saying the quiz is tough? People who were saying that the quiz is tough. This is easy, right? All right, everybody tweeted their answers? Time up. Okay, now it might be a little difficult to figure out where this is. So I have an additional clue. Hashtag A10. Now it's damn easy. So this was the question and this was the clue, right? Somebody said Germany. Time up. Oh! I can't imagine I'm giving away free flights for questions like these. Lots of time, lots of time. You can probably go back to one of your earlier answers also. Sorry? No, no, it's right. Yeah. Time up. That was a nice distraction, but time up. Okay, now listen carefully. This village where these people belong, which modern country are they in or supposed to be in? It's a fictional character, but the village from where these people are, so that's a fictional village, but which modern day country are they, is it supposed to be in? I really want to give a clue. Okay, somebody said no.
Three, two, one, time up.
Time up. All right, we are almost reaching the end of this first round. Please tell me, in which country would you find this? What is it? How cool, you can read it without even knowing the language. Yes, it is Coke. Yes, it is Coke. Coca-Cola, but from which country?
Four, three, two, one, time up.
Time up. Where can you expect to see this? It's very iconic. I don't know about you, but it's on my bucket list for a very long time now. Yeah, it's very long.
Time up.
All right. Okay, so the 15th question. Which country can you expect to find this? Not the quite Disney mermaid, but yeah, this is the mermaid.
And three, two, one, time up.
Okay, all right. So I also have a bonus question. Sorry? Bonus question, like, the round was supposed to have 15, I have 16. That kind of a thing. You might, somebody might just be able to get this one. Where is this, which country, or if you want to type out the name of the place? It's a natural rock formation, very unique to this place.
Five, four, three, two, one, time up.
All right. So those were the questions of round one. We will move on to round two. I'm just going to give you guys a little break to kind of, if you want to kind of revise your tweets or whatever, just take a 1 minute break to go through your tweets, and if you want to kind of revise, because the answers are being collated, right? And once I start round two, then we won't be accepting any of those answers. The quiz very easy? So what I will do now is that we will go through the questions and I will give out the answers. Okay? So the team which is collating the answers, after that, then you're not accepting any more answers after that. Okay? All right. So just giving you a break in case you just want to go through your tweets and revise anything. You can send another tweet, like, as long as it has the correct hashtag, we will take the answer. Yes, please. Which one? But I'm sorry, I can't help with that now. Is there any specific question that anybody wants to revisit or whatever? I can help with that, but I can't go through the whole thing again. Okay, are we all good? Can we go through the answers? Okay, so you guys don't accept any more of these answers. And after the answers, I'll come back to round 2, which is a sky scanner round, and I will need you guys to do something on the app to give me the answer to that question. What is this? Anybody knows? A pink lake? Yes, of course. And what are the answers that you guys gave out? Australia? Anybody else? China? Algeria? The truth is that there are more than one pink lakes in the world, and I would accept any answer if it is Australia or Senegal. These are the two places which has a pink lake. Australia or Senegal. Now, you might not know where this waterfall is, although it is quite unique because it originates from a moss-covered mountain, so that's quite unique, and as you can see, the shape and everything is quite unique. But if you do not know where it is, I gave you another clue. Which country? Romania. Romania is the right answer. Sorry? With the clue? With the clue? So, how many of you actually would like to drive on this road? That is why I put this thing up. It is not so much about the quiz and all, but I just want you to now put this in your bucket list. This road is in Norway. Yeah? And it gets battered by waves. As you can see, it's a crazy thing. It's a crazy road. Right? It's in Norway. It's a part of the Atlantic road over there. Any answers here? Guesses? Nobody thought Jordan? Jordan has this great place called Wadi Rum, which has some very, very unique rock formations, right? But no, this is not Jordan. This is actually Argentina, which is actually very simple if you see the clue. Right? So, Messi, yes, lots of people know. What is this other? It's not Madonna. Sharon Prabhakar playing the role of Eva Peron, who was the dictator's wife in Argentina. The musical was called Argentina. Who was the painter? Leonardo da Vinci. Leonardo of Vinci. Vinci is the name of the place. So actually, I would accept Vinci also. But what is the right answer? Italy. A lot of people got that right. Scandinavia is a region. I'll take that. Don't worry. I'll take it. But it's a region. It's not a place. It's a, it's Scandinavia is no real place. It's the name of a region. You wrote Scandinavia. Okay. All right. Okay, you know what? The first rule was Quizmaster's decision is final. Where is this? Mexico. This is where they figured out that the world was coming to an end at some point of time, 2012 or something, right? It was according to the calendar of this civilization, the Mayan civilization. This place is called Chichen Itza, and it's in Mexico. Where is this? Which country? Egypt, Pyramids of Giza in Egypt. This is not very far from Egypt. This is in Sudan. So Sudan also has a lot of interesting places to see. Unfortunately, it's not one of the best sellers in travel. But these are the pyramids which were made by the Nubians close by to Egypt. Everybody got this right, I'm assuming. Ireland. What else? California. What else? What did you answer? You did not write United States of America. But I would accept that. But this is One Tree Hill. No. One Tree Hill is wrong. If you wrote Ireland because this is U2, which is an Irish rock band, I can understand the association, but the truth is that they actually shot this. This particular shot is Joshua Tree. It's from the Joshua Tree National Park, one of their most famous albums. No, USA. Where is this? This is the Khao San Road in Bangkok, Thailand. How many have seen the movie The Beach? Everybody go back and see it now. What is this? Okay, fine. What is this? So this is Black Forest. Where is Black Forest? It's in Germany. Black Forest is in Germany. Yeah, the cake is inspired by the place because of the light and shadow, so dark and light. Madagascar. Everybody got that right? Answers? Rome. They hated the Italians. They fought the Italians all the time. Who is this? And they were living in a village in Gaul. Where is Gaul supposed to be? France. France is the right answer. He must have Googled it. Ethiopia is the right answer. This is how Coca-Cola is written in Ethiopia. Actually, their script is really, really pretty because their script is, if you see whatever they've written, it looks like dancing people. So wherever you see dancing people, it's the Ethiopian script. No. Japan. Japan is the right answer. Denmark is the right answer. Ireland is the right answer. Giant's Causeway. That's right. So fine. So your answers are being collated. Now, what I would like you to do, I will ask 2 questions and I will give you ample time. I will give you 90 seconds, 1.5 minutes. Okay? Now, what you have to do is to pick up any of these places that you saw just now, any of these answers that we went through, name the place and the cheapest fare that you find to go to that place. From Bombay, ex-Bombay. So take your time. You can use any search, any app, you can use whatever you want, right? I'm assuming that you might want to try out the Skyscanner app, but what I would like you to do is to pick up any of these places that we saw just now and find out the cheapest fare to that place from Bombay in the month of December. Any dates? Okay, so take your time and in your tweet, hashtag one shoe one world, the place name and the fare. Any place, choose any place that you wish to fly out to. So spend a little time, do a little search. Yes? Round trip. I need a round trip. All right. Okay, time up. Time up. One shoe, one world, the same hashtag that we were using. No, no way. Just the name of the place that you're flying out to and the cheapest fare that you found. I'll help you with those answers. Yeah. Hashtag one shoe, one world, name of the place that you're flying out to and the round trip fare that you found, the cheapest fare. Okay, and then I have one more question like this, and then we will look at the winners. If you win a prize, but if you're associated with Social Media Week or with me or with Skyscanner, you will not be able to win that prize actually. So the Social Media Week team, myself, and Skyscanner employees are out. Okay. So I'll tell you the second question now. For the second question, I want you to tell me in the month of December, again any dates, if you had 50,000 rupees, which is the cheapest European destination that you can fly to? So not more than 50,000. Yeah? What is the cheapest European destination that you can find if you want to fly out in the month of December, return trip? Is it clear? Which place in Europe would be the cheapest airfare to fly out in the month of December? If you guys are using Skyscanner, it actually has a facility of everywhere, right? You can actually choose everywhere and choose December and it will list all the fares. It will show you fares of every place in the world ex Mumbai. It's the last question. No. I know what is the cheapest one, so you don't have to. Round trip, yes? Okay. 10 seconds. 5, 3, 2, 1, and time up. Okay, so you collect all the tweets that you've received so far. Okay, so the first question was what is the cheapest fare that you can find to any of the places, and in second, which is the cheapest European destination that you can fly to. So now if you guys are all done, I just wanted to spend a little time on how do you guys actually find cheap airfares? Because I know from all the workshops that I've conducted, I know that this whole fare and money part is the biggest part in people's travel. How do you guys go around finding cheap airfares? No, I'm not looking for Skyscanner as an answer. I just want to tell you that you know, if you spend time in researching fairs, even if you don't have a plan to go anywhere, you will start getting a sense of how to start looking for fares, how to find the cheapest airfare at any given point of time, or the other way around. So you say that, okay, I have 30,000 rupees, what are the places that I can fly out to, right? And apps like these are actually pretty helpful in doing that. Yeah. So we actually have the answers to the first round. Second round, you need to give me 2 minutes because I need to go and see, because I have done the search before we started here, so I know the answers to that. And if you just give me 2 minutes, I will figure out who are the right answers or who are the better answers in the last 2 questions. And then we can have a lucky draw and we can announce the winners right now. Okay? So just 2 minutes for that. Thanks, Tanvi. Okay, guys, we're back with the answers. Yeah, no, I can do that. All right, so you know, when I saw Rohit, I must tell you that when I saw the theme of the social media week this time, upwardly mobile, I thought of flight. So it gives me great pleasure to be able to give out these free flights, you know, which is like a dream for anybody. So what we have done is that we have taken, like, there are two people who had the maximum number of right answers. So that's the tie. So Rohit is going to pick out one of the names. That person is going to win the ticket of 50,000 rupees. And then I have the other people who had lesser number of right answers. And then we'll pick up number 2 and number 3 from that. Okay? So
this is the number 1.
yeah, this is for the ticket worth 50,000 rupees. And now you know where all you can go in 50,000 rupees.
Any guesses? Or should I just open it?
Yeah. I hope Mehul doesn't work with social media week.
No, he doesn't. But it is Mehul.
Oh, well done. Well done.
Congratulations.
One shoe, one world rocks.
So he can actually travel anywhere as many times as long as his fares is below 50,000 rupees. And Mehul, I'll tell you how to book those tickets, okay? All right. Now we have 2 more winners coming up from this group of chits from all other people who have given, you know, more than some few more right answers than other people. So pick 2. Sorry? It's all right. It's a random thing. You know what? I mean, I just wanted to actually just keep it a full thing. It's no, listen. That's why, because of these reasons only, you know the first rule that I said. Yeah?
Okay, we'll go with the second name. Chintamani.
Here. Please. So you win a ticket worth 30,000, 30 or 35, I'm not sure about the amount, but that's the figure.
And the last one is Chirag.
Whoa. So cool. So like I said, you know, the idea was very simply to kind of social media week. No. Sorry. This one is not allowed. Sorry, I'm sorry. You know, we are technically bound. Rohit has signed on that contract. We are technically bound to not allow that.
Nitesh.
Who is Nitesh?
He also got disqualified. Disqualified.
That's great. It leaves the ground open. Sorry guys, I know, but it's just that, you know, contractually we are obligated.
Yes, I am.
Must be the volunteers.
I know the names. Okay, Aditi Sathe.
Whoa! I was really starting to wonder about gender diversity. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you guys. Thanks so much. I had lots of fun in just putting this quiz together. Like I said, the idea was really to show you some new places, to give you some new ideas for some trips that you might take. I know there were 3 winners. We would all like to win, but this is not the only quiz that I do. I do other quizzes and I do other online games where you can win some other cool prizes as well. Thank you. Have a good evening, all of you.
Thank you, Ansu. I hope you all enjoyed it, and it was fun watching you guys tweet also. So next, without further delay, we're getting into the next session, and the next session is on how brands can leverage social communities to drive collective good. Before we enter into the next session, can I request all of you to settle down, please? Thank you. So the next session is hosted by the Better India, and the moderator for the session is Hemant Arora, business head. So, Hemant Parekh, founder the Better India, and let me invite him to the stage. Hemant. And along with Hemant, we have Hemant Arora joining, business head, branded content, senior VP and head sales, news cluster, Times Network. Welcome, Hemant. And along with them, we have Ram Subramanian, ad filmmaker, Handloom Pictures Company. And the last panelist, Ashok Lalla, digital marketer and advisor, and is also the former digital head for Infosys. I open the stage to Hemant.
Hello, everybody. This is the last panel of the day. So, and I know you've got a whole lot of information coming to you throughout the day, all the sessions. We'll make it our best attempt to try and add a little more to the pool of information you've got so far. And the way I want to structure this discussion is really make it very interactive. I think this is a session where a lot of ideas will be collaborative. There is no right or wrong answer in social media, really, right? So we would love it if you could have your questions coming to us and build up on the ideas that we're trying to discuss. So to start off, the topic is how do you leverage social communities to drive collective good? If I try to break this down, you see social media all over the place. There's WhatsApp, there's Twitter, there's Facebook. Other than people forwarding the jokes, the memes, the sensational news, the stuff that's going normally viral, is there something else that we can do, something else that we can leverage from these communities? Can we rally these communities around a cause? Can we get these people to come together and stand up for something, right? And essentially, how do we get social change going with the large pools of communities that we've built? We built a lot of communities in terms of brands. A lot of brands have huge followings. A lot of NGOs have huge followings. A lot of media companies have followings. So this session is going to be about what do we do with these communities other than just, broadcasting our brand proposition to them. So I'm going to just get this session started, and I would, start Ram here. Ram had a very interesting campaign very recently, which went viral for the really good reasons. And I would love Ram to just briefly talk about that. Ram?
Hello, everyone. So basically, I'll tell how this campaign happened as a story, because this happened the day Shiv Sena put out a message saying they're going to stop Pakistani artists from coming into India. So they even inked an artist, and it became huge news. So I saw this on my Facebook feed, and I said, this is not right. This is not on simply because when a political party or when someone says something like this, it reflects on me too. Because for instance, somebody who's sitting in, say, the US is reading this story, they'll assume that all of Mumbai or all of India does not want Pakistanis to come into India. So that kind of bothered me. So I just put out, I just changed my profile picture. I said, I'm from Mumbai, and I don't know the exact words of what exactly I said. I said, I'm from Mumbai, and I don't hate Pakistan. I'm not alone. There are many people like me. So this profile picture, I also asked people to say, if you believe in the same thing, can you just change your profile picture too and say the same thing, or say your version of it, what you want to say, and add the hashtag profile for peace, and let's see what happens. By the end of the day, I just put this out. I went out for lunch. I came back. By then, I saw my Facebook feed filled with people who have changed their profile picture. So this went on till I started getting a lot of people sending their profile pictures from Pakistan. People started getting up saying, we're going to volunteer for this cause. They started a page. More people jumped in. It's like by the end of it, Facebook does not give me numbers. I'm not somebody who's like very heavily into numbers. I just go by the feel of it. Facebook does not give me numbers. So after that, I took it onto Twitter and Instagram. Actually, somebody volunteered for that too. By the end of it, I believe there was some 30 lakh original content tweet which came out. For me, that is data. That says 30 lakh people don't want war with Pakistan. Now that's a huge number. Now if you take this number and you show it to the government and say, look guys, these are people from India and Pakistan who are saying we don't want war, we want peace. Now they need to do something about it. So this was how this campaign started.
Great. It's like a fabulous campaign, right? And it was a very simple movement, really. It's taking a piece of paper, writing down these words and saying, hey, if you believe in this, take it forward. And people actually took it forward, right? So Ashok, I really want to understand from you, what do you think are the parameters in terms of what kind of communication you should have with people and communities to get them really resonate with your cause? Like, do you think there is some sort of a framework to this, or do you think there's some way to do this?
Okay, and I'll start by picking up on Ram's example. It's not about your cause as the brand's cause. It's about a cause which one focuses on. So Ram is not a brand in the conventional sense, and therefore didn't start out saying, what can I do to gain visibility or talkability around my brand, or in a longer term, can this help me sell more, get more customers? He started with the cause he believed in. He started in the context of people and made it relevant to the people. He made it very easy for them to associate, one click, one thing, and he let go of it. So because he was not a brand vested with a brand's thinking, where they say, if I let go, I lose control. So fundamentally, it's about the cause. It's about connecting it to people in their context. It's about letting them imbue the cause and shape and morph it in a manner. And it's about being the enabler rather than the sponsor, and not looking for what's in it for me as the brand, but can I kind of be part of something that is meaningful? If you do it over time, the rub-off on the brand exists. Long before social media, the Tata Group has been doing good in communities without tweeting about it, without trending hashtags, without even talking about it. And today they are seen as a corporate brand that has care and concern for community. 7 years ago, 26/11 happened. 3 weeks after 26/11 happened, which is a week from now, the anniversary, the Taj set up the Taj Public Service Trust. It was not announced and viral, and there wasn't a video that had 1 million views that were paid for. It was just done. So just doing it for the good and the good of the cause rather than the good of the brand is, I think, fundamentally the starting point.
Great. Yeah. So Hemant, I mean, you're much closer with the brands where you've been working with respect to Times Network as well, right? So I would love to know, because this cause thing, it comes a lot easier, for instance, if you're working in the social sector. It's a lot easier if I'm an NGO. I know, I stand for wildlife conservation and I can easily talk about it. But if I'm a brand, and I definitely as a brand also want to do a lot of social good, right? How do you think brands should approach this and win trust of people?
So let me just start by kind of breaking down some of the definitions. So, it kind of builds back the entire picture all over again. So if I start defining social per se, at the social level, we are not doing a transaction. So if I'm coming from a brand point or also from an advertising point of view, I'm really, going across and creating a transactional situation where people have to either buy my goods, pay a price, or buy a service, or even buy an emotion. The minute it becomes social, what you have to essentially do as a brand or as anybody who's starting that entire movement is be able to create a conversation, because the basic definition of social is very simple. I mean, that's the way I have understood it, that whatever my opinions are will influence your decision, and whatever your opinions are going to influence my decision, which is at the base level a very, very fundamental part of having a conversation. Right? So at the social level, that's how we really define it, that what you're doing over here is not selling, what you're doing over here is creating a long-term affinity or long-term friendship which is there. That's one part of it. Social by default, as of today, I mean, if you notice the natural behavior of ourselves, or for that matter brands also, eventually it comes out to be the best behavior which I want to demonstrate. That was again part of the social which was there per se. So that's kind of natural. It's kind of instinctive over there. The third part which is there is the community. Right now, communities at any point in time really are defined by a set of people or set of consumers who have a common objective, common faith, common goal to live by, right? And that's exactly what comes in as the third ingredient which is there. So you're having a conversation. During that conversation or within that conversation, you have a context which is already appealing to what you at the inherent level are emotionally aligned to, or otherwise you're are looking at similar kind of movement to attach itself because you really believe in that entire thought process. So really, when we work with the brands and advise them on how to approach their entire social thought process, and I mean for us it's kind of on a daily basis, because to me, I mean from the perspective of Times Network, news according to me is probably one of the biggest social mediums, because you never consume it alone. The minute you see the news, you go across and share it with others. So that's where it happens. But in terms of the ingredients, these are 2 or 3 things that we kind of say that when you're looking at social, again going back by what Ashok said, giving Ram's example, is that the idea was not to have a transaction over there. The idea was to really get together certain people who are living with this common faith, and because you're having a conversation over there, it becomes a social thought process.
So I think that's a great insight there, right? Where we're saying that, have conversations, not from a transactional perspective, but more from a social perspective. And what those conversations need to be are about a cause, not really your own agenda. I think that's when you can start building trust with your communities. Any questions over here? Anybody has, anybody faces similar issues where they're trying to build trust with the communities? Anybody who has a question, we'd be glad to take that up. Sure.
I think what's been happening also, like, is if you're a brand and you want to make a cause, or like you want to be associated with the cause, for starters, you need to believe very strongly in that cause. If that cause doesn't make sense to you, or if it is something where your heart is not in it, because internet is filled with people like all you guys are there. We are all here. So the thing is, we can smell a rat, we can smell something which has no intention behind it. We can tell what is an advertising campaign, what is something which is there to just be sold and with a brand name attached to it, or is there somebody doing it for the right reason? Now, as a brand, you'll have to figure out what is that right reason. What is it that you believe in so powerfully that you're willing to just do it and not expect any results? Right. Like Profile for Peace is an example today, but there have been so many dead campaigns, or like so many campaigns which is not as successful, right, which has been like constantly going on, and sometimes it just hits it. And Tata is also a very good example, because I think one of you gentlemen just mentioned that Tata does a lot of these causes, and that's true, which is they've been doing this for so long. They've been doing it without expecting anything in return. So when they do something which is for a cause and use social media as a canvas, then it becomes something which grows and where people already believe in it. So now it's just a function of creativity and whether the idea holds root and moves on.
Sure, yeah. So, I mean, but that's a classic dilemma, right? I mean, you're saying that a brand, for instance, people can sense it that this is a brand campaign. People can know that this is an advertising campaign. But at the same time, the brand, wants to have a right intention, wants to essentially go out. But obviously, the communication that they're carries their own company, carries their brand along, right? So, Ashok, I mean, as if I'm a brand, brand manager, for instance, and I want to do this good, right? How do you think I should approach this so that I don't really come across as someone who's just pushing an agenda because he needs to do CSR, for instance?
Okay, so one is, don't expect 2-minute results. Don't expect a cause to be built in 2 minutes. You can have a trending hashtag in 2 minutes. That doesn't mean the cause has touched people. That doesn't mean the cause means anything in 2 minutes. You have to ride it out consistently over time. be willing to be invested in the cause. Invested in the cause is different from making a media investment to get some influencers to trend a hashtag. Are you invested in a cause? So a few weeks ago I was in Bombay and there was a radio channel that said, call us, we'll collect your old newspapers and old clothes. Instead of selling it to the Raddiwala, we'll sell it and we'll buy firecrackers for slum children. Because that was great to help slum children have a colorful Diwali and, you know, give them sweets and that kind of thing. They probably collected n number of people sending them stuff and they did it. Now if they built on that and they said, okay, we as a channel, as one of our things, like to kind of look after slum children because they're a local Bombay radio channel and they're part of the fabric of Bombay. And they said, okay, what can we do next month, next year also with the singular cause? Over a period of time, they can build that association. But on Valentine's Day, if they say, okay, let's do a contest and, you know, send a lucky couple on a hot air balloon ride, then they're using a cause as a marketing campaign, and people see through it. People who are influenced by the cause see through it, and all the people who actually amplify stuff say, grown, it's just another marketing campaign disguised as cause. Cause marketing is kind of an oxymoron at some level. So that's something to think about. Single cause, be invested in it, be willing to wait it out to actually be meaningful and continue kind of supporting it. I'm not saying you as a brand, you can't support more than one cause, but if you have a thread that connects them, it helps. So Mahindra has something called Mahindra Rise. Recently they launched a Seed the Rise campaign. There is some synergy between the two. They could have, you know, so they are building on something. They're giving it different dimensions, different layers. And if they stay true to that, there's no reason they can't, you know, extend it far and wide and have real impact, because brands come with deep pockets, which, you know, cause people don't have usually.
Yeah, so just, yeah. So if I add to that, exactly what Ram and Ashok said, that you can't just broadcast, okay? You can't just write about it, or you can't just post about it, or you just can't tweet about it. You have to demonstrate exactly what you're talking up there across the entire social platforms. The moment of truth, or if we actually start looking at the metrics by which we actually realize whether that campaign is successful or no, is not by the number of people who have actually liked or trending and all that stuff. It only happens when people start taking the entire thought process as a movement or becoming part of conversations. Right? There is no way of measuring that per se. But if you go back and start looking at some of the campaigns, or for that matter even Seed the Rise right now, you would actually start seeing that, you know, the minute that entire piece becomes a movement is the real moment of truth, which means that the journey over here is at the fundamental base level of marketing following the same route, except because it's social, the entire journey is expedited. So first step, obviously, you know, you provoke, for example. I mean, if I was to go through that few pegs of how it really works, provoking means that telling people that yes, there is a problem that exists. So in case of Ram, for example, you know, we are Indians and probably all of us do not follow that extreme views about the neighboring country. We have friends first, right? Demonstrating, provoking. The second part really comes out is really the exemplifying and the demonstration of the entire thought process. That yes, I have started this as a thought process because it is so powerful that there are people who want to come together collectively and take this as a movement. Actually becomes the demonstration of the entire piece, as long as that movement and the entire thought process is absolutely in the right way. So those are the kind of metrics, even for the brands. Right. When we start kind of looking at the success stories or unsuccessful stories, you actually see that the actual demonstration of picking up the entire piece. To give you an example, even in Times Network, I mean, I'm sure all of you know about the Times Now part of it. We are the largest news channel in the country as of today. Yes, our decibel levels are pretty high, but for a simple fact that we said that we will stand up for every single thing that we believe should be right. Basic philosophy is that. Now, that is in terms of the programming and the content and the number of programs that you see throughout the day. On the other side, throughout the year, we actually do this entire series called Amazing Indians. Now, Amazing Indians is actually going across on the road in the same journalistic style, reporting style, researching and finding out every single Indian who actually has, kind of come out of all the odds to stand up for something right. And eventually those series actually, are shown in form of programs towards the end of the year, about 6 months. We keep doing that. The entire process is actually about a year-round kind of a thing, and by end of it, people actually start believing in when we actually say that, it's not only about the debate. The fact of the matter is that it's about standing up for what is right.
Sure, yeah.
And it kind of really comes back on the brand.
Right, yeah.
In a very beautiful way.
So, I was just shifting gears. So this is from the, great perspectives from the brand side. And, we also have a lot of social enterprises, for-profit social enterprises, NGOs, right? And we're starting to see that they are harnessing communities really well to drive social change for the causes that they stand for. So, to give you an example about what the Better India does, the Better India basically reports positive news from across the country. And this is one incident I would like to share where we never really positioned it as a cause for people to rally around. So there was this one story that we ran about a bunch of 20 farmers in the Vidarbha region, highly suicide-prone region. They're using WhatsApp as a support group, counseling each other, sharing information, and all of that. That was a fantastic idea, and we just ran the story. And our community, which we largely believe is online, urban, they started sharing these stories so much that eventually it ended up trickling down to the farmers in that area. And they actually got to know that, hey, there are these 20 farmers who are using this, and they sent requests to join. So, on day 2 of the story going out, they had 50 other requests of farmers coming in. And all this made possible by the community, right? So 50 more people, and then the third day, there are another 50 more people. So they had to make another WhatsApp group because WhatsApp allows only 100 members per group. And then eventually NDTV comes in and they carry our story and they amplify it even more. That today 1,200 farmers are now using WhatsApp to share information. And all this is happening out there on the ground, made possible by something which is happening on Facebook. And this whole intermediary level of communities, which I think is a fantastic way in which we can actually cascade impact across all spectrum of the society, right? So I would love to know, if you have any questions, please feel free to just raise your hand. I will be more than happy to answer, especially, are there any social enterprises here? No? Oh, sorry? Oh, sure, yeah.
So, as a part of Social Media Week, what we did is, every year we do some campaign which has to do something with the society. So this year also, like, in which, as you said, that brands not involved, anything not involved, we requested Joint Commissioner of Police that if we could do a tweet chat with him to know what is the situation of traffic in Bombay and what is the problem that people are facing. And we derived on a hashtag which is called My Safety, My Life. That means my safety, I am responsible for my safety. It's my life and I should, be a safeguarder of it. So we did an hour of a tweet chat with Joint Commissioner of Police, and we just wanted to know. We were even not sure that even if people will reply to that or not reply to that. Just one day before, we put the hashtag and a poster saying that tomorrow we have a tweet chat with Joint Commissioner of Police. So if anyone wants to come and ask direct question to direct JCP, you are welcome to. And we sat together, we did a tweet chat, and in an hour's time we received like so many tweets, like 500, 600 tweets that we received. We could answer only 70 and 80 of them because in 1 hour you could answer only those many tweets. So yeah, this was a campaign which I feel, I'm not talking about this because I'm a part of Social Media Week. I'm talking about this because I was curating the chat and I really felt that, I mean, if people, and then JCP, he himself came and he said, this is fantastic. Why don't we do it zone wise? Why don't we go ahead and do it like every month? And there were many things which he was not even aware of. And people, when they got a chance to speak up and tell him he noted down many things. So, so I certainly believe in these kind of things, and Ram does those kind of things as well. So I just wanted to bring it out. So, this was a campaign which really touched me, which really touched me.
No, I think that's great, right? And one of the key things out of this is that you had an what we call in Twitter parlance an influencer coming in to whom you actually tweeted out, right? I just want to know how important do you think is, if I'm running, trying to get people to do a social good, how important it is for me to rally behind key influencers who have a name in this space? Do you think that's important at all, or do you think it's just go out to the community and talk to them?
I think important. In India, certainly we kind of like to mirror and like to kind of follow influencers, but the relevance of that influencer beyond being just a digital billboard and an amplifier is important to look at. So if the person, if he's a celebrity and actually truly has done work related to a certain cause and can stay committed to it. So for instance, Amitabh Bachchan's, polio vaccination commitment over a period of time was like a consistent commitment versus it's okay, I show up for 2 hours, I put out 4 tweets, kind of a thing. So don't just get it buzzy, think of its action on the ground. And a slight divergence to the discussion so far. We're talking of online communities, we're talking of trending, we're talking of influencing them. The action of most causes actually lives offline. And one should understand that a cause is not born, bred, and living online. It's only amplified online. To give you an example of, say, blood banks, they're always short of blood donations. Now, they're struggling to get blood donations, most of them. Now, if a brand associated and said, we'll help you, what they might do is, you get a little card when you donate blood. Now, if that card can get converted to a digital card saying, I'm a blood donor, put up a twibbon, put up a picture, some people will put it up. It might spread awareness of the need for blood donation. It will spread it in small groups. My friends donate, why can't I donate? And it needs a brand to maybe fund it. It needs a brand to maybe use promoted tweets, which an NGO can't afford. And brands can also look at participating in causes like this. It's not only about our cause, it's how are we an enabler for larger good, rather than how can social causes be an enabler for the brand.
So, influencer part, sorry, I'm just going back to that entire thought process. I think influencer part is required at the kickstart of the campaign, but eventually by the end of the campaign, for example, in your case, your measurement of success is that how soon you become the influencer, because you're carrying that cause, right? So, so one of the things that I would suggest, for example, is that you continue this. Don't treat it as a campaign because of the social media week. Imagine if you continue doing this and declare the results after 1 year and actually be able to demonstrate the impact where people actually, have kind of absorbed the entire thought process of my safety, my life, my life, my safety, my life.
Like
right?
we would,
and that's where it really, come down to the moment of truth.
Right. We would talk more about this because we have a panel tomorrow on this and how we will keep it alive. So talking about the influencers, what we really did was there are communities like We Are Mumbai, We Are Navi Mumbai. So we caught up all of this and we said put up a tweet saying that we have a tweet chat with the JCP tomorrow. So we can get questions from all parts of Mumbai.
Sure.
And that was simple.
Sure. But I'll just come back to Ram. Ram's campaign went viral without any influencer, right? And maybe it's a unicorn, maybe it's maybe he's got the science around it. But I mean, Ram, do you have any insights out of that? That what do you think it went without you pushing it out there?
No, actually, I would like to add to this whole influencer bit, because coming from personal experience, I'm somewhat like of a krantikari. I mean, you have to ask people to get stuff done most of the time. And I have no shame when it comes to asking people for a cause. I don't ask anything for myself, but if there is a cause attached, I'll ask. I've realized over time that there are two kinds of influencer. One is an influencer who believes in stuff, and then there are the paid influencers. I hate the second kind because they don't do anything which they believe in, and they started off as the good guys. Over time, they became the guys who are like, they're like billboards now. Now, I believe that a lot of advertising has spoiled them. But then but the beautiful bit that is happening, like what you just said, you can become an influencer. So when you just have the intention going for you, and then you believe in things like that, that's when good influencers are born. And then that is why people also sign up to listen to what they are saying.
Yeah. Okay. Someone had a question here. Yeah. I have a question. She had a question here. Could we just...
Hi. I had a little personal sort of thing. So I run a digital media company where one of my clients is an NGO that works for children. And on a personal level also, I'm involved with several causes for children. Now my problem here, I understand being in the digital business that statistically it is impossible to expect children to be influencers of your campaign on social media because parents don't think it's an appropriate platform for them to be on. They have their education going on. They have too much going on in their lives, and probably at their age it's not right for them to be on social media. My concern is, I am particularly interested in this cause called the Bully Project, if you've heard of it. It's about bullying in schools and how it should stop, etc. Now, going by the current statistics, the only people influencing this campaign are adults. Right? Are adults. These are adults talking about bullying and how bullying should stop and how it's affected kids. My understanding of the problem of bullying is that this is kids among kids. This is kids versus kids. And no matter what you do, you cannot penetrate the maturity of an adult into a child. How far can you monitor this?
Sure.
Now, as experts in social media, as people who have seen the platform evolve, do you ever see this happening?
Sure. So, I mean, this is interesting, right? Where the protagonists and the beneficiaries are not on all the social media channels as we know it. But yes, there's a huge community. They are, of course, interacting with each other in the offline world. And how do we really reach out to that network, right? I think it's a very interesting challenge.
Like, as always, I think, like you rightly said, there is no way you can talk to the children. But what you can do is you can sensitize parents, you can sensitize teachers, you can sensitize people who handle children to understand that this could be a problem. Let them know what the signs are. Look out for these are the signs that you need to look out for, and you just educate them. Maybe you'll get like a certain percentage of the job done. It's not an easy job to finish because you have to eradicate that problem. It's a part of the growing process, which is understanding, like everybody has been bullied or you've been a bully in your life at some point or the other. So you just educate them, and then that's about it. That's the max you can do, because I think unrealistic goals is something like chasing a rabbit somewhere and you never get anywhere.
So I'd like to add 2 points. One is setting objectives and realistic expectations is important. You can't change the world with a tweet. I'm sorry, you can't. So you need to be realistic. To give you an example of how do you influence the influencer and affect the affected, this is an example which you talked about bullying. Sometime back, all of you who are on social media might have seen a campaign about good touch and bad touch. Okay, that was again exactly the same thing. Children don't know whether it's good touch or bad touch, who is allowed to touch and not. So they use social media, and it started with affected parents, concerned parents, and it spread. And they did a tweet chat, and they got an expert, they got a pediatrician, someone said, here's 4 points on how do you tell a child, how do you train a child. So that can get extrapolated to stuff, and then children can get, message can reach them. Then when the message is reaching them, they can be given means of telling people about it. They can't describe it, but it can be gamified. It can be that say this, so that suddenly it sort of picks up, the teacher tells the parent. And digital is not about Twitter. Digital can mean a parent, a child telling a teacher who who puts a message on a WhatsApp group. That's online community, that's connected community. So we need to think beyond the obvious, and usually we trip over, can we have a trending hashtag? Think beyond.
Great.
So, sorry, if I
Yeah,
may
no,
just
go
add.
ahead.
There is a very, very strong belief that I have, because it's day in, day out when we interact with the brands. Social media is actually defined by social content. You take away the social content, there is no media. Right? So when you start thinking social media, you do not need to look at them as channels, but you need to look at them as the platforms of influence for the further action, which is what a movement is all about. Correct? So if you actually start looking at it from that perspective, your social media probably may start at Facebook post or Twitter, where you are educating the parents. Eventually, not even WhatsApp. Eventually, if you are able to send out the message as part of conversations in school, okay, in assembly lines, where things like these are actually announced. To me, all that entire chain from there till the time the kid gets the message to go back home and tell parents, this is what I learned about today. And thereby the entire, the kid power actually comes into the place. That starting point till the end point is entirely social media, because what it's carrying is this powerful social content. That's what social is all about, right? Influencing each other. My opinion, your decision, your opinion, my decision. So I'd like to look at it that way, and it really works.
And real social media is people as media. And many years ago there were village carts and nukkads where word of mouth happened. Now platforms are enabling the spread, the interconnectedness. Let's not trip on the platforms, let's use the fundamentals and enable spread, enable connectivity, look at impact outside the space. Just views, tweets, retweets is great. The real impact usually doesn't live on social media. People don't live on social media, they live in physical spaces.
Right. So I would love to know the results of your campaign when you continue to do this. There was a question from here.
So
I'll come back.
Yeah, I represent an NGO which works like for underprivileged kids. So we run an employability program for them. So now my question is, whenever we even I was a part of an NGO earlier, so whenever we used to do fundraising campaigns on social media, it used to work. We used to get, whatever target we used to have. But whenever we used to source people for, we require mentors for kids, we require volunteers to do stuff. So it's, we engage them on social media platform or on different websites. But, it's difficult to get them on board, get them on ground. So, how to engage them on social media platforms so that we can get them on.
Sorry.
Our solution for that, I mean, if your crowdfunding is working, then just crowdfund enough money to pay people to come and spend their time, because you will never get people to, those who pay are not the ones who will go and spend time.
Again, if you pay, that's my experience. Whenever I have mentor who is doing it as a social cause, you put more efforts than when you do stuff for money. So
that's true. But one of the experiences I have had personally is that we've run fundraiser campaigns for a lot of organizations by doing stories on them, and we've done articles where we want volunteers to get in, right? And we've seen that there are two different audience segments that you need to talk to and keep them both engaged. So there will be a bunch of people who would just love to donate money because that's what they can do with the bandwidth that they have. And there are a whole bunch of people who are exploring opportunities to volunteer. For me, it's been the insight has been that you need to build whatever target segments you want. You need to build these two communities. Go and actively seek out and get your social media channels populated with both segments of this audience.
So
there's a third segment as well, which is just the amplifier segment. A lot of people say blood required, Harsha Bhogle, please retweet it. That is his investment in that cause. There's a value in that investment too. You need that too. He doesn't go to the blood bank. He doesn't pay to fund a blood bank. Someone else will set up a blood bank but will not tweet it. So understand people invest themselves and their involvement in various ways There's a place and time for all of this, and let's not kind of say, you did this, but you didn't volunteer offline. The fact that he retweeted your request for money is his investment in your cause at that point of time.
Also, sorry, I have this habit of going down to the base levels kind of things. It kind of works for me to understand this entire social behavior much better. See, a lot of times, at least what we have seen when we work with some of the brands, if you are able to clearly define the gratification and show the journey of gratification, you can actually make people move mountains. So if you show them the gratification as a receipt for what they have invested in, that is one part of it. The other part is that while you're using social platform for asking for people to come across and volunteer, if you show the journey of the last volunteer to the impact that he or she created, you'll actually be surprised with the amount of people who come back for the movement. Because see, at the end of the day, human beings are, we were defined as social animals, right? That was the first thing I learned, class first, I think. I don't know why they said only man, though, but nevertheless, right? The securities and the insecurities that we face are very, very base in nature. A lot of time you see people doing a collective good because they're kind of either scared or confused about how to do it alone. But if they see 10 people doing it and the impact which is being shown and that entire thing being demonstrated and described and all that stuff, that really comes out. I mean, that would be a lot of case in Better India. I'm sure you would have a lot of learnings over there.
Absolutely.
In terms of how people suddenly rally behind something if they're able to show the demonstration of the change that, really got affected over there. But it's a long process. It's not easy.
So could we just take like a couple of more questions here? So we'll just short of time, but I would love to take it offline if you're around. Yeah, you had a question.
Yeah. Hi. My question is, I would like to say something. What I believe is social media should be service to community, right? But nowadays, like you said, like Twitter trends, it's all about like hashtag and various brands, they take out contests like tweet using this and that, and I agree that they get a lot of traction. But again, like current scenario, what Twitter is about figures. Say I hear people saying I'm getting this many retweets, or I have 10K followers, or I have 20K followers. I think we need to grow beyond these statistics, because as I said, this social media overall, it has to be a service to community. And so in the trends, like India trends, what we see, especially when I see India trends, the number of negative trends are more than the number of positive trends. Like, say, the Damini rape case, or some idiot politicians give any statement on like porn ban or beef ban, or like ban of Ghulam Ali concert. So I think the social media influencers, or all the social media expert in this whole domain of social media, they should take an initiative towards walking on the right path. Like, what is the goal of social media? So I'd like to know, like, what is your views on this thing, what I'm saying?
No, but do you think Twitter and any other social media channel is essentially a reflection of what happens in the offline world, right? Or do you think that these channels, like what she is saying, that they should be having a sort of a self-regulation and say that we're going to stand for doing community good alone?
No, so I don't agree. Twitter is a media company. You're using it for free. It needs to fund itself. It will do it whichever way it can. So let's be very real about that. The social in social media is about people, not about social good. Some people may do social good, well and good. So let's be clear about that. The other statistic which is there is bad news spreads faster than good news, and all publicity is good publicity. So, you come from Times of India, and when India lost a cricket match and they said shame on India, there was shame on Times Now. That trended and broke the internet. Damn good, it broke the TRPs. Media house, media company. So social media is paid media. They need to pay to survive. So social good is very altruistic. Maybe there are brands who can fund social media as companies and keep keep Twitter in business to do real good, take CSR there, I mean, perhaps.
Yeah, and I think the onus lies with people like us, right? If it's a medium, it's a platform. You can use the platform to talk about, what you want to sell, or you can use the platform to talk about ideologies, whatever, right? So I think you should treat it as it's an agnostic platform, and that's a tool for you to use to communicate your message.
To add to that, which is you asked, I think the question that you asked was like, is social media, or like if you break it down, is your Facebook account or your Twitter account an extension of your personality offline?
Yeah.
On level that it defines your personality offline, because the very act of sitting and composing a tweet or writing a thought defines your thought, because that's when you arrive at a certain clarity, and then you put it out, and that cements in your head saying, this is who I am, this is the person I am, and you let that out. And that is also influenced by 4 people saying something about the subject. You pick it up, you learn from it, you cement your thought, you put it out, and that defines you.
Right.
So it's the other way around. I think it's right. I mean, it does define the offline world.
Okay, that's interesting.
And there is a very interesting metric over there again at the base possible level, is that, if you see it trending once and then fading away, then you know that, of course, it's either a promotion or it was a blip which happened or something picked it up. But if it's trending every single day, I'm talking about good news per se, the right causes, the right things to stand up for, etc. If it's trending every single day, then you actually see that, it's not only a promotion, but it's something which is on ground and which is being demonstrated by a social reflection of the real world. We do trend every day beyond the shame also, so that's the idea. But you have to do it on a daily basis. That's when it becomes a movement. That's when it becomes a cause. Otherwise, it's just a campaign.
Yeah. Great. Any more questions? Yeah, go ahead. Yes, sorry.
So, while we are talking on this, how to use, causes and brands associating with causes, when we look at the consumer behavior here, consumer being the overall audience, one of the key issues that maybe I feel is that inherently we as people are lazy, and a lot of them, maybe 95% of them would be just slacker activists who are just there to say, oh, this happened, let me retweet, or at the max, nothing against you, but I'll just click a photo, do something, and that's where it stops. Right? And that's a loss for both the community, the cause, and the brand who's associated with it. All 3 parties are at a loss when 95% or whatever be that number, everybody loses. So, and maybe it's a consumer behavior, and that's a challenge. And I saw some of the thoughts coming in that, you structure it, or you show some gratification, or how that works and all those things. But from what I read, this is a key challenge whenever some causes that are, you're building it up, this is one of the key problems to surpass. And,
right.
And maybe one of the ways to do that is to show activity on a ground level, to see some actual changes that happen.
Right. Yeah, so there are two parts to this, and one of them is that most of us are armchair activists. We would like and tweet, and we're done with it. And there'll be a whole bunch of small percentage of people who would actually go and take the cause further, right? But my question is really, is that retweet or that share, which I do as an armchair activist, do you really think that's completely loss of effort? Do you think even that builds up to an eventual conversion?
If it's consistent and sustained, yes. Few days ago, Facebook said change your profile picture to support Paris, and I call that a one-click candlelight march. It took an effort to go out and with a candle after work and spend an hour. Now with one click, I've lit my candle on the cause. How many people know what was happening? How many people cared? So there's the reality, and if we do too much of this and we kind of trivialize and bring frivolity into causes, at some level there'll be a deja vu, and real causes pushed under the carpet. Real participation will get diffused because I participated, I retweeted, I changed my DP. So it's tricky. the people who want to show numbers, there are people who want to show real results, and there are brands who want to really invest in real causes. There are brands who want to use the cause as a means to build brand salience. Just like the offline world, it takes all kinds. Slacker activists, real activists, the Quit India movement had a bunch of very few committed people that actually did the stuff. And then everyone came along for the ride. It's pretty much like this online. So let's not expect social media to change. It is a mirror and reflection of the way we are as a society, as a people, as a culture. And it just kind of enables connectivity, amplification, spread. Also things like brands saying, send a tweet and I'll pay for a cause. One click is easy participation. Facebook's like and share is because there are few people who create content but who kind of mark their presence by doing a like. It's the same with causes.
Yeah. Ditto.
Okay, I
said ditto because I just retweeted that.
So, okay.
So that's the physical retweet.
So, sorry, I would like to just, because now that you both are in agreement with that, I have a counterpoint to that, which is, I think social media, for starters, like we keep negating it at some level, the power of it and the fact that it changes, it influences people. If I give you an example, which is like, I think the greatest startup in today's world, and at least in India, is probably a political party which is running the city in Delhi. Okay, now this startup happened on social media. It was not created because there were 3,000 people who were running around and doing that. Yes, there were lots of people who were part of volunteers, but it was built abroad. They got their message abroad. They talked to all Indians who were like all over the world, and they connected and they formed this party more or less online before it like held root offline. The second thing, this bit about profile pictures being changed. Now there are two ways to do it. Like at some level, I also wanted to touch about how to spread on social media, which is like at some level you have to be having ideas. Right. It has to be creative because you play the song the first time, it sounds beautiful. You play the second time, it sounds beautiful. At the 10,000th time, then it becomes Hotel California in a pub which you don't really want to listen to. Yeah. So unless you're interesting and you're relevant, or you're reinventing an idea, or you're coming up with a new idea, nobody's going to be interested. Profile picture being changed, which is like the first time it happened, it was very beautiful, which was for the gay pride. I think I remember gay pride. Yeah. And that came out, everybody changed and showed solidarity. That showed a lot of Indians, in India that they are open for gay rights to open up. So I do believe that social media changes people. The second time it happened was when Digital India happened. Now, by then people just got a little bored of like, oh, I have to click on a link and I have to just change 4 colors on me. You're not really interested in doing that because it's done. But you just get caught up in the wave. So now these waves will keep coming. But what I really liked is when you involve people. Like for instance, sorry, I'm using my own campaign as an example, which I don't really want to. But what I think worked for it was the fact that people had to do something. Like they had to write and they had to be involved in it and they had to stand up and then put it out, then it made sense. Right. Which is why I think that effort shows. You need to get some effort out of people.
Right. So I mean, that's a great perspective. Okay, we'll take one last question because it's running short of time.
I want to ask Ram, how many brands actually took part in your campaign? I mean, that sums the whole thing out, right? Like what even some person there said that socially you need to be involved. So I don't think any brand would like to be part of your campaign in terms of...
Yeah, not really. For 2 reasons.
Is what you said, right?
For 2 reasons. I'll tell you why. And I kind of knew that there is no point in even ever talking. I'm an advertising guy. Right. So I understand the power of brands putting in money to push a cause.
No, not about money. It's about your cause could have been a big way to showcase whatever but the stand that you took would not resonate with any brand, maybe. Okay. Or I don't know. I mean,
it does actually. So when it started off, there are brands which will jump in when the idea is getting larger. Okay, they will also jump in when there is nothing for them to lose. For instance, this is a huge problem for a brand because now you're talking about India, Pakistan. It's political. It's at some level religious. It's a very loaded space for a brand to get in. But having said that, just 4 days back, I met a guy who has started who's just gotten into the construction business. He's built his first property, and he said, I'm going to donate one house to you. Anyone coming from Pakistan will have a place to stay as a guest house. So I think that's a big thing.
I think that's fantastic.
Wow.
Right?
So,
And a brand that's actually done such edgy stuff, and it became the DNA of the brand, was United Colors of Benetton. If they had to pick up on this, it would be bang on brand, not hurt anything and add great value, and with the money maybe drive the message further and be more meaningful.
Great. So I mean, I think these were some great perspectives, and thanks a lot for being a wonderful audience, really asking some great questions. And the key summary for me has been that, first of all, it is social media. Have social conversations, not transactional conversations. Really talk about the cause, stay true to your cause, and be persistent with it. And above all, be creative, as Ram has already shown us practically. So I hope this session, our discussion was helpful. And thank you very much for being such a wonderful audience. Thank you.
Hemant, Ashok, Ram and Hemant. It was a wonderful session. In fact, I would like to end the conversation. Let's not just have a social conversation. Social is like, I couldn't agree more to what just Ashok said. It's not about just retweeting and just sharing. It's more about human relationships as well. With that, we come to the end of today's sessions, and tomorrow we'll be having we are having the closing ceremony for Social Media Week Mumbai. And just to give you a quick heads up on what are the sessions and speakers lined up for tomorrow, we'll be having a keynote session on social media taking over traditional media. Followed by that, we'll be having sessions on artificial intelligence in social media. And then we have an interesting session on diffusing the taboo on sex digitally. And then we have two power-packed panel discussions lined up for tomorrow. One is social media shaping journalism for better or worse? And the next one is, can social media exist as an island? What happens when integrated? And then we have a celebrity session, which is on not so social side of social media. And some of the highlight speakers for tomorrow includes Josie Paul, Chairman and Chief Creative Officer, BBDO, Arnab Goswami, Editor-in-Chief, Times Now, B.V. Rao, Editor, First Post, Milan Parampi, Joint Commissioner of Traffic Police, Ashutosh Gupta, Director and Marketing Solutions, LinkedIn, Suresh Menon, actor, comedian and writer. With that, we come to an end for today's session. Thank you so much for being such a lovely audience. We have dinner sessions open there. Thank you.